All right, we are also live now. Nandini, you can start your introduction and then we can move on to the videos.
All right, so welcome everyone to Tamil Nadu's largest career guidance digital conference. And we are in the day 7, and we are very much excited. Of course, this is going to be a record breaking event. Of course, this is happening for 9 long days, just like how we did Navaratri and all those Dashra festival. But this is going to be a knowledge festival where you're going to gain a lot of knowledge, feed your brains with all those informations, and most importantly, this is a career guidance, which is the base for many people where now during this COVID, they already have lost their jobs and they need a foundation. And that is why we are again and again conducting this. So since we started with a national event during August 8th, 9th, and 10th, and after which we did Kerala event, and after which we did Delhi's event, and now in Tamil Nadu. So this is repeated again and again, but then the question, why is this being repeated, is already answered. Yes, we are in a crucial stage, or we are in a crisis where we all are facing the same thing, where many of them have already lost the job, many of them are in the verge of losing their job, and few of them are maybe awaiting their turn, right? In that case, we definitely have to give them a lot of guidance. So career paths can be changed anytime, career domains can be changed anytime, but how do they do that, and how do they get the knowledge, and what are the streams that are available, and what are the passion streams that they can pursue, that they can go and take it forward, and how do they take it forward, and how are the helping fraternity, like these career guidance or career coaches, or career guides, and counselors are there to help them. All these things are going to be discussed even during these days, like next 3 days we are going to have a lot of speakers lined up, and tomorrow it's going to be Saturday and Sunday being weekends. We are having a full day conference, and of course you will be bombarded with lot of information. We are very happy in doing that. So please stay tuned with all the 3Gs conferences that are going on live. And even if you miss this particular live that is going in on Zoom, or even in the YouTube, you can further, you can watch this anytime further. That is like every time we you go and watch it in the YouTube, you will get different perspective, right? You will get a different viewpoint when you watch it again. Oh yeah, this speaker says something like this, and when you watch it for the second time, okay, can we just perceive this way? All right, okay, so let me just put it in this way. So in that case, your brains will start working on that way. So even if you see it in on a repeat mode, you are definitely going to be boosted up with a lot of confidence, motivation, and not only just confidence and motivation, the action that is needed also will be taken by you. That is more important. Okay, we are not going to just stop with all those confidence building and motivation building, but then what is the action? So what is the action that you're going to take? So the call to action has to be stressed upon by each and every one of you to your brains. Okay, so we have to work like this, or I have to work like this, something like that. You have to stress and emphasize yourself in doing that. Okay, only then the result will appear. Okay, so believe me and trust me on this. And today we have got a lot of people, and of course this today's
All right, Nandini, the video team
speakers.
is ready. I think we can play the video so that afterwards we can also have the further introduction.
Right,
Video team is
so
ready now.
yes. So today we have lined up with so many speakers, and they're going to be coming and giving a lot of information. So within this 3 or 3.5 hours, you're going to gain a lot of information again. So with that note, I'm going to end this introduction right now, and over to the technical team. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, each and every one of you, for joining today's session. And we are really, really excited because the speakers are amazing. And again, we are going to have a lot of information. So, without further ado, I'm going to welcome my dear MC Renu here. Over to you, Renu.
Thank you, Nandini. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm your MC Renu, and I would introduce our first speaker for the day. He is Mr. Shamir CK. He is Chief Career Consultant, Center for Career Education in Kerala, External Resource Person for Adolescent and Career Counseling Units in Kerala Higher Secondary School Department, and he is top scorer in All India Career Counselor Excellence Exam 2020. It was conducted by Edu Milestones. He has 11 years of experience in career consultation, assessment, and guidance sector. And with this note, I welcome you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Renu. Thank you for such a nice, wonderful welcome. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A very warm good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Shamir CK, Chief Career Consultant of Center for Career Education and Research. It's a research center in the domain of career education, career exploration, career development, located in Thrissur district of Kerala state. I'm very happy to be a part of this fabulous, flagship project, first ever in the history of career ecosystem, the World Record Career Guidance Program. I'm so happy to be a part of this session. Today, I will be sharing a couple of insights about what is the difference between the so-called career counseling, the conventional career counseling, and the new age or the industry for or the so-called new age career counseling? What we can expect from a career counselor at this point of time. So I'll be next another 20 minutes. I'll be discussing about the key factors or key takeaways. Nowadays, this takeaway word is very popular, very familiar for us. We book everything, we get everything at our doorstep. We take everything from the restaurant, bookstore, anywhere, wherever we go. We first seek for a quick, serviceable, or quick service we expect. Like that, what we can expect from a well-structured career counseling program compared to the conventional typical career counseling which we are familiar for a long period of time back. What is the new takeaways for for the students and parents? Before that, I would like to light up some information on why we need career counseling. We all are educated. We are aware about all the careers. We are very much keen to research about scope of courses, future prospect of different careers. We frequently keep on inquiring about new trends in career sector to our parents, teachers. We get information from the neighbors or the close friends or from the academicians or any from where this the piece of information is very much available nowadays. So we do that every time. If you have a child in your home who is studying in 10th or high school or plus 2, definitely you if parents must have gone through these kind of questions, or as a student himself he has gone through this kind of questions every time in his academic time. So we know that this information is available, so I know how to browse, I know how to search information, and I'm very much familiar with Google products, and I 100 percentage trust our dear Google brother. Then why I need a career counseling? Is it mandatory? Do we need a career counselor? Or do we need to step into the premises of a career counselor? Is that a indeed it's a is it a pressing demand for me? So those kind of questions or those kind of doubts always comes in our youngsters mind when they explore their career option. So here I am going to give you an insight on, if you are willing to meet a experienced, well knowledgeable career counselor, what you get, what happens to you, that's what I'm going to discuss. And along that, my objective is to make you clear, or make wipe out some stigmas our students and parents keep in their mind towards career counseling. As far as our students, South Indian students and parents are concerned, yeah, definitely, I'm from Kerala state, and probably most of the audience would be from Tamil Nadu and all. So we South Indians have, and these two states has its own characteristics when we discuss about career selection. As we know, our literature survey we take up every year, and even the current year also, last year also, Kerala is in the first top position. Here we says that the statistics says that everyone are educated, literate in Kerala. So that's a actually for career exploration, this literacy rate makes a barrier for seeking the service of a career counselor for Malayali or the Keralite parents and students, because this they feel that we know everything, we know which is the course, I know which is the course suitable for my child, so why do I need a career counselor? And in Tamil Nadu also this kind of understanding is going on. So the importance of career counseling is not explored that much. So here I am going to give you what are the stigmas, or why we students and parents are not exploring, utilizing the career counseling services, and if you are ready to utilize, what do you get as a result? That is what I'm going to discuss here. I think you all are, I mean, I'm audible to you all, and the session is going well. Before that, I would like to ask three questions. Just give, I mean, the students have to give their answer, in the chat box. Whenever I meet, whenever students and parents comes to my guidance center, my career counseling center, I used to say, I used to find out in which category this student belongs. Like, is he has a clear picture, or does this student have a idea in his mind? So they will be the first group. So after these questions, students has to give in which group you are belonging. You just mention in the chat box. Okay, the first group is they have some idea, they know I'm going to do engineering, or I'm going for designing, or I'm going for politics, or I'm going for international business. They have decided, but they don't have a clarity. And second group is they have multiple options. Today they will go for medicine, tomorrow it will become engineering, day after tomorrow they may like literature. For a for a long period of time they keep quiet, they don't say anything, like that their interest keep changing. They are group number 2. And the group number 3 is the bindas team. They don't have anything to discuss over, they don't have any plan, free minded, they are ready to take up anything whatever comes to come across their career journey. So a clueless child. So you guys just think in which category you belongs, and just message your category number. Are you in category number 1, or are you in category number 2 or 3? Just keep it, just leave your messages. I will come to your answer in my slideshow. Okay, the first somebody messaged, Lalita is in first group, Anjali is in first group. Anyone else? Rashid, Asma, all are in first group. Okay, very happy on that. Right. So I will come to this point, or you will come to understand. You will understand how to figure out this when I go to the next informations. Okay. So Tamil, I don't know who is hosting this. Is it Tamil or Nandini? I would like to share my screen. May I? Shall I share my
Yes,
screen?
yes, sir. You have the access to share the screens.
Okay, okay. Is it visible now? Is it displayed?
Yes, it's displayed, sir. You can make it to full screen.
Yeah, sure. Fine.
You can press F5.
Yeah, yes, but it's not working now. I don't know what happens. Slide, then at F5, right? Why
Yeah,
it's not coming?
it's
Just
not
a
loading.
just a minute. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. So
Perfect.
our topic is new age career counseling. Your takeaways. What do you get from the career counseling session? Okay. The non-familiar typical career counseling, what happens, the career counseling, what you expect, and indeed what happens actually when you step into the cabin of a career counselor. Probably these three things is what happening every time. They will ask, I'm comparing the new age career counseling with the conventional, the familiar so-called typical career counseling. A typical career counseling, every time it happens with some questions. They will ask you so many questions related to your interest, abilities, your what you are most interested in, what you spend more time. Those kind of questions you can expect so many questions. Definitely they will have some psychometric assessment. There are lot of career assessment, psychometric career assessments are there. Paper pencil tests are there, and new technology enabled, artificial intelligence enabled psychometric tests are there. And some tests we follow western norms like a differential aptitude test. Those kind of the conventional so-called psychometry assessment, they will administer some psychometric test. Then definitely they will have a discussion on the result of psychometric test. After the discussion, they will suggest some options and some improvement strategies, and with that report we go to home. This is what typically happens in a career counseling. That's why we are not interested. It's quite boring actually. It may, confuse, or it may increase your tension, or it may increase your it will make more in clarity. The clarity will be very less, and it happens like a ritual. Okay. Usually it happens in schools, or some NGO setup and all. So actually this is not what career counseling is. What do you expect should be, you will be satisfied. You must have a clear picture from a career counseling session. So if you go to new age career counseling, what happens? Definitely I can help explain you the benefit of new age career counseling. I give you 5 takeaways. I give you 5 points. These five unique things are the most important, or the from a career counseling. What do you expect? You will be satisfied if you have these 5 takeaways as a result in your hand after a successful career counseling. The first problem and the first takeaway would be the regular setup. What do you mean by regular setup? When you are confused, and when you know that in your town some career counseling firm is running, somebody is giving career counseling, but you are hesitated to visit them because we feel that that's a counseling center, they are dealing with some mental patients, or that's not what that's not the place where I have to go. So the regular setup always keeps us away from career counseling. Most of the career practitioners, even nowadays, they run their center in such a typical history old setup, right? So that will make you it will make you hesitate to go there and get the service. The new age career counseling gives first important point. The new age career counselor or a new age career counseling center gives you the ultimate user experience, the real hi-fi infra and user experiences. You cannot see big books of psychology or psychopathology, or you cannot see a person who is sitting with a white coat and he's ready to he's ready to open up your mind and work on that. No, there you can see there you can meet a career counselor, a well knowledge career counselor who is using the most advanced technologies, most advanced psychometric assessment, and most advanced infra facilities. So the infra facility and the user experience, it has been changed very drastically from last over a period of time. So don't think that a career counseling center is a center which provide treatment for anxiety, treatment for depression. No, career counseling center is entirely different. They only deals with this kind education and career related things. So the atmosphere would be like a institution or a center for high excellence. So don't mix up with that old concept. So the first experience, I assure you, what I'm saying is, in your locality, you have to find a career counselor, or you have to find a career guidance center which has these kind of all these five takeaways. I mean, if you are going to there, you must get these kind of experiences. The first takeaway is the experience which you get from the career counseling center. And another problem or the stigma, the main stigma which parents and students keep in their mind is they counsel you. I'm not ill, I'm perfectly all right, so why do I need a counseling? I don't feel anything abnormal in me. I just need a clarity. I just need some information on different kind of courses or careers. So why do I need a meet a counselor, the so-called counselor? I'm not ill. Actually, what is happening? Your second takeaway is nothing but they are not they are counselors. They know the counseling techniques, tactics, and for making you understand your abilities and take up you to your most potential sector. Definitely counseling methods they use, but that's not treating with, or that's not dealing with your illness. That's dealing with the counseling part is dealing with your innate abilities and make you, or in a single word we can say that instead of career counseling, a new age career counselor gives you career coaching. Okay, it's not a point of time information, it's an over of period of time. Within a fraction of within a second, or within a few couple of hours, or within 1 or 2 days, we cannot fix your career option. It takes time. So the coaching, the right word, the right thing is instead of counseling, you get exact career coaching. So the new age career counseling center is well equipped to coach you, to nourish your innate potentials and lead you to a successful career. So throw away the old concept that they will counsel you and they will twist your mind. No, nothing happens there. There, the new age career counselor just coach you to reach your dream career. And another one, most of the old concept is all career counseling is problem focused. Career counselor will ask you so many questions which will in turn leads to some problems. They will be focusing on problems. I don't have any problem, so I don't need a career counseling. Students think so. Actually, the new age career counseling is not problem focused. It is content focused. Here, a new age career counselor look into your content, not into your problem. What are the content? The abilities for a better clarity. They will counsel you, or they will coach you to find out your abilities for a better clarity. And they will help you to sort out your suitability for fixing your multiple options. And they will help you to, they will coach you to explore yourself. From the when we started this session, I asked to type your category, right? These are the categories. The first category, ability for clarity. If you have an idea and if you don't have a clarity, a new age career counselor will help you to find out or understand your abilities and make a clear picture on your career choice. If you belongs to the first if you belongs to the first category, and if you belongs to the second category, there your interests are fluctuating, your choices are changing. So the career counselor will help you to find out the most suitable career option. So This is the solution for group number 2. And here the third group is they don't have any idea. So definitely they will help you. The new age career counselor will help you to self explore and fix a most suitable career option. So just forget the problems. Do not focus on the problem. Do not go for the old age career counseling. You go for, you find out, you search for a new age career counselor who can guide you based on your content. So this is your third takeaway. You get a clear clarity on your abilities and suitabilities, and self exploration part is done very nicely. So this is your third takeaway. And what happens in a regular career counseling is, definitely in my previous slide I displayed, they will ask you questions and they will give you some psychometric assessments. Based on the assessment, the counselor will give you some hand picked career options, maybe one or two or three, maybe or five or six. So it's only limited. We cannot, and we are not correlated our suitability with the all other available career options. From a conventional career counseling, you get only a hand picked career options only. But in a new age career counseling, if you go to a new age career guidance center and if you meet a new age career counselor, he can help you to figure out all the career options, not only two or three, a couple of hand picked career options. Instead of a hand picked career options, a new age career counselor will help you to find out all the possibilities. So for that, a inhuman intervention is required. If you are sitting for a long time and correlating, or if you are going through all the career options, in India we have more than 3,000 courses. All over world we have more than 110. As per our International Labour Organization statistics, they have listed more than 3,000 career options from 10 important career clusters. So if you are starting from A to Z, it will take months or it may take years to take a decision. So this entire career suitability will be done by AI. Artificial intelligence enabled psychometric assessment test will help you to find out within a fraction of a second, just after the career assessment, this result you will get as a a comprehensive report or a comprehensive insight towards your suitability with more than 50. For just for the sake of a number, I'm saying more than 50 career options you get from a new age career counselor instead of the old setup. There you get only hand-picked career options. Here you get complete picture about your suitability towards entire career options available in our career ecosystem through artificial intelligence enabled assessment processes. So this is your fourth takeaway. And the fifth one, this is the most exciting part of my presentation, and this is what I label as the most important takeaway for our new age students, new age parents from a career counseling. What happens here in my current slide, I have mentioned that the excited me ends with a stepping out. In every career counseling, after a couple of hours with the interaction with the career counselor, you will be very much excited. You will be enlightened, and you will be very much excited. But that excitement end when you just step down from the career counselor's cabin, or when you reach your home, or after a few days, you will lose the tempo, you will lose all the excitement. Again, you go back to your daily routine. This is what happening. Okay, from school, your teacher may tell you, okay, if you are confused, you go and meet that career counselor. You went and met, you done the assessment, he has given some report, he has given some insight, and you are excited. You came home. After 2-3 days, after a couple of weeks, you lost everything. Again, you are in a confused state. When you go through the report, you get more confusion. So the fifth takeaway from a new age career counselor would be, after this entire process, you get a chance to experience your career. Okay, as I mentioned, as the fourth point, as the fourth takeaway, we get a chance to understand. I mean, you get through artificial intelligence career assessment test and the experience knowledge of the new age career counselor. They can this new age career counselor can guide you to match your potential with all available suitable career options. In each option, they will help you to, or they will give you a chance to experience each one. That may be like virtual classes, I mean virtual experience. That means if you are desired to become a designer, you want to become a product designer, you want to become a automobile designer, or you want to become a, or you have decided through the career counseling, you explored yourself and you understood that you will be very much suitable in international politics. Okay, so here you get the chance to meet a person or to experience what is actually happening in this career sector. That may be through live session or virtual session, or it could be online or offline. And definitely internships are, you can go for internship on job trainings, and most of few are paid, few are unpaid. And in turn it will help you to either you can learn the career, or if you are suitable for that, if you feel that this is what I am searching for, and you find that this is good, there are chances to be get inducted. You may be absorbed to that career option. So this virtual experience would be the fifth takeaway from a new age career counseling. So I'm just summing up. I'm recap all the things what I explained here. I think the time is running out. Forget about that typical old setup career counseling. You seek out for a career counselor who can give you a new age user experience, who can be a coach instead of a counselor, and who gives importance for your content, and they someone who use most modern psychometric, authentic, reliable, statistically proven AI enabled career options, I mean career assessment test, and the place where they give you a chance to experience your career choices. So these five things are the takeaways as a, or the benefit from a new age career counselor. So don't hesitate to meet a career counselor. Go with your findings. Okay, with this point I sum up my presentation. What do you see? What do you see in screen now? Anyone can somebody please unmute and tell me what is the first one?
Conventional career.
Yeah, that's a lighthouse. It's a the conventional career counseling setup is like a lighthouse. It radiate information. It gives you guidance. It's your duty to pick up what you want. It keeps on giving the information, or whatever you want you will get from the conventional career counseling. But a new age career counselor would be like a white cane. We are familiar with the white canes, right? The blind people use. What is the role of a walking stick? What is the difference between a walking stick and a white cane? Anyone can mention? Can you mention about that? Somebody please, quickly. I think time is running out. Quickly, somebody. What is the difference between a walking stick and a white cane in a blind person? Somebody please. Okay, Tamilishan, are you there? Nandini, can you contribute? Reno?
Yes, sir.
What is the
So you'd like to know the difference between a walking stick and a white cane?
Yes. Okay, I will tell you. Walking stick, that will help you to, if you when we are old, if you are not able to walk along, a walking stick will help you to guide. Guide in the sense there you need to input your stimulus also. But a white cane, it will help you to overcome all the obstacles. A blind person can sense through that white cane what is the depth of the pit in front of him, or what is the height of the step in front of him. So like that, it gives a sense towards it gives a sense for the blind person. The new age career counseling is like that. All these five takeaways will help you to sense yourself, and it will help you to ascertain the most suitable abilities, utilize the most suitable abilities, and reach the right career option. Okay, so this is what I have to share with you, and definitely this is just a starting point. I welcome you to enjoy what you do, and I wish you all have a great career. You can call WhatsApp me on 8921984772. I'm available after 5 o'clock for any time. And even you can browse my website husharam.edumilestones.com, or reach out my office. If anybody is from Trishur or Kerala, they can reach out to my office at Trishur district. And if you want to explore more about this new age career counseling, you can contact me. I'm very much eager to serve you and guide you to your dream career option. Once again, I thank all the people who are behind this fabulous event. Mr. Dr. Shahid Cholil sir, founder of Mission Fiji, Nandini, Aravind, and Tamilarshan, Renu, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my opinion, and looking forward to associate with upcoming programs also. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening me, dear students and parents and stakeholders. Thank you
Thank
very much.
you.
Over to
Thanks a
you.
lot, sir.
Nandini.
Thank you, sir. The session was really great, knowing about new technologies and new coachings and counselings is really great. And so, sir, to appreciate your time, to value your time, we have an e-certificate for you.
Oh, that's nice.
And I would request my technical team to present it.
Okay.
Technical team, can we have? This is for you, sir.
Oh, that's really nice to see and great to receive. Thank you. Thank you, Reno. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
So to keep on moving, I will hand over the session to my co-MC, Mr. RK. Mr. RK.
Thank you so much. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Are you able
but
to hear me?
there is some noise in the voice.
All right. Is it okay now?
No, not yet.
No? One second, let me disconnect the audio and connect it. All right. Is it okay now?
No,
You can't hear me.
I can hear you, but there is
Can someone confirm whether you're able to hear me?
Yes, Tamar, we can hear you,
All
but
right,
there's
so
some
give me
noise
a
here.
minute.
noise in the voice.
Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would request all of you to quickly fill in the Google review form. So, meanwhile, we want all of you to do that so that, the previous session speaker will be really happy to receive the feedback. So, we wanted all of you to do that for every speaker after the session ends. So, I request the technical team to pass on the Google review form in the Zoom as well, and also in the YouTube. If it is already done,
Hearing the noise in the background?
no, it is not there now. You may continue.
Perfect. All right. Once again, welcome everyone for this wonderful conference, and thanks to Shamir sir, and also thanks to Renu. And I'm sorry for the technical glitch. Okay, the next person whom I'm going to invite. Before that, once again, a small announcement. This is Tamil Nadu's largest career guidance conference. So what happens, sometimes the speaker may speak in Tamil as well. Maybe some of the speakers can go in full Tamil, and some of the speakers can be bilingual. So I request other state audience, in case the speaker goes in Tamil, I request you to wait patiently. Maybe they will switch out to English, or they will go in their own comfort zone, because we need to fulfill the need of the regional audience as well, because they will be wanting to hear more from the speaker. So with that disclaimer, I'd like to welcome the next speaker. When I talk about her, she's a news anchor for the last 13 years. But if you ask me, is she only a news anchor? Definitely not. She has been into multiple dimension, I can say. She's a director of a great documentary, தொன்மையின் அடிச்சோடு கிருஷ்ணகிரி. அதாவது தமிழ்நாட்டில் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஒரு முக்கியமான கிருஷ்ணகிரி அப்படின்ற ஊரோடைய ஒரு பழமையும் பெருமையும் சொல்லக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி ஒரு ஃபீமேல் எடுத்திருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது வெரி வெரி ஹாப்பி டு அவர் இயர். And also she doesn't stop with that. She's also an article writer. புதிய தரிசனம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மந்த்லி மேகசின்ல வந்து she has been writing it regularly. And the work professional life எல்லாம் தாண்டி what else she does அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா she's into a lot of social service activities, I can see. அதனாலதான் வந்து she's into social cause events like breast cancer awareness program மாதிரியா இருக்கட்டும், இல்ல child abuse awareness இருக்கட்டும், இல்லைன்னா women's education பத்தி இருக்கட்டும். She has been a part of most of such events, which has taken her to the level that she's a brand ambassador for India Turns Pink. India Turns Pink அப்படின்ற ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம் நிறைய பேர் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. அடிக்கடி மேரத்தான் நடக்கும். lot of awareness program happens for the breast cancer awareness. So she is a brand ambassador for that. இது மட்டும் இல்லாம she has been motivating the students. She has been a motivational speaker for the schools, colleges and also a lot of other organization. ஓகே, அறிவு சார்ந்த விஷயத்துல நிறைய இருக்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா அழகு சார்ந்த விஷயம் பார்த்தோம். when you come to the beauty also, she is the Miss Salem 2009 runner up. இப்படிப்பட்ட பெருமை வாய்ந்த ஒரு பர்சன். இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி ஓகே, ஒரு மேலுக்காகவே இருக்கக்கூடிய சில ஷோஸ் டிவில பாத்தீங்கன்னா பொலிட்டிஷியன்ஸ் இன்டர்வியூ பண்றதா இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு ஹாட் டிபேட்டா இருக்கும். யூஸ்வலி we see male anchors will be there. But as a female, she is able to do that. அவங்க டிவி சேனல் நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும். She has been handling a lot of politicians and also the celebrities. நல்ல ஒரு ஹாட்டான டிபேட்ல கூட ஈஸியா சர்வசாதாரணமா ஹேண்டில் பண்ணக்கூடிய வல்லமை படைச்சவங்க. அப்படிப்பட்டவங்க வந்து இந்த அவார்ட்லாம் வாங்கினாங்கிறது ஒரு ஆச்சரியமே கிடையாது. I'm going to read out a lot of awards about her. In fact, I'm skipping some of the awards for the want of time. So அதுல முக்கியமான அவார்ட்ஸ் பத்தி சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா she has got ராஜ்ய புரஸ்கார் அவார்ட் ஃப்ரம் ஆனரபிள் கவர்னர், எக்ஸ் கவர்னர்னு சொல்லலாம், மிஸ்டர் சுர்ஜித் சிங் பர்னாலா. அவர் கையால வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. அது மட்டும் கிடையாது, இன்னொரு கவர்னர் கையாலே அவங்க வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. அகைன் ஃப்ரம் ஆனரபிள் கவர்னர், எக்ஸ் கவர்னர்னு சொல்லலாம், டாக்டர் ரோசே கிட்ட வந்து பெஸ்ட் உமன் ஜேர்னலிஸ்ட் அவார்டு அப்படின்றது வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. அப்புறம் பெஸ்ட் நியூஸ் ரீடர் அவார்டு. அதுக்கப்புறமா பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்மளுடைய மக்கள் பிரசிடென்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம், பீப்புள் பிரசிடென்ட் சொல்லுவோம், எல்லாருமே கண்டுபிடிப்பீங்க. அவர் சொல்லிட்டு லேட் டாக்டர் கலாம் ஐயா அவர்கள் அவர் கையால் வந்து வாழ்த்து மடல், அவர் வந்து ஒரு விஷ் லெட்டர் அனுப்பியிருக்காரு இவங்களுக்கு, இவங்களுடைய ஒர்க்கை பாராட்டி. இதெல்லாம் இல்லாம சுவாமி விவேகானந்தா அவார்ட், சாதனையாளர் விருது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பல அவார்ட்ஸ் வந்து வாங்கி குவிச்சு வச்சிருக்காங்க. இத்தனை பெருமைக்கும் சொந்தக்காரரான மிஸ் ஏமா ராகேஷ், who is currently a web editor and senior news anchor in News 8 TV. I would like to welcome her for it's going to be a wonderful session for the next 20-30 minutes. Going to be an inspiring session for a lot of media aspirants, not only from Tamil Nadu, of course across India. So welcome Hema Rakesh ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much Tamilarasan. And also எனக்குமே ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்ல வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்றது. வை பிகாஸ் இன்னைக்கு வந்துட்டு ஒரு கெரியர் கைடன்ஸை எல்லாருக்குமே கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நல்ல முயற்சி வந்து நீங்க எடுத்திருக்கீங்க. இந்த முயற்சி அடுத்தடுத்து நீங்க தொடரணும். இன்னைக்கு வந்து நான் என்ன டாபிக்ல நம்ம பண்ண போறோம் பார்க்க போறோம் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இன் நியூஸ் மீடியா. உங்க எல்லாருக்குமே தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும், இப்போ தமிழ் நியூஸ் மீடியா அப்படின்னு பாக்குறப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து டிடி சேனல் தான் இருந்தது. அந்த டிடி சேனல் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா ஹிந்தியில சீரியல்ஸ் போடுவாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து வீக்லி ஒன்ஸ் தமிழ் படம் போடுவாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்துட்டு சன் டிவி வந்தது, சன் டிவில சில ஷோஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்தது, அதுக்கப்புறம் சன் நியூஸ் வந்தது, அதுக்கப்புறம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா தொடர்ந்து நிறைய என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் சேனல்ஸ், நிறைய நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்துடுச்சு. இப்போ இன்னைக்கு வந்து நிறைய காலேஜஸ்ல விஷுவல் கம்யூனிகேஷன் அப்படிங்கிற கோர்ஸ் நம்ம எல்லாருமே பார்க்குறோம். நிறைய பேர் அதை எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு படிச்சிருக்கோம். மீடியாவில் என்ட்ரு ஆகிறதுக்கு வெறும் விஷுவல் கம்யூனிகேஷன் மட்டும் படித்தா போதுமா அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு தாட் வந்து நிறைய பேர்கிட்ட இருக்கும். ஏன்னா என்னைக்குமே நீங்க எந்த படிப்பை எடுத்துக்கிட்டாலும் நீங்க புக்ல படிக்கிற படிப்பு அப்படிங்கிறது வேற, யதார்த்தம் அப்படிங்கிறது ப்ராக்டிக்கல் நாலேஜ் அப்படிங்கிறது வேற. ஸோ இப்போ நீங்க வந்து ஒரு ஜாபுக்கு போறீங்க அப்படின்னா, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இப்போ நீங்க ஒரு மீடியாவுக்கு ஒரு ஜாப்க்கு நீங்க வரணும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ நீங்க பிஎஸ்சி விஷுவல் கம்யூனிகேஷன் படிக்கிறீங்க. மீடியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் என்னென்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு, என்னென்ன ஜாப்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு, அதுக்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு நீங்க வந்து ப்ரிப்பேர் ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் இந்த செஷன் வந்து ஒரு பேசிக் செஷனா உங்க எல்லாருக்குமே இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நம்புறேன். ஸோ இப்போ மீடியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க வந்து ரெண்டு விதமா வந்து பிரிக்கலாம். ஒன்று வந்து நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ், இன்னொன்று வந்து என்டர்டைன்மெண்ட் சேனல்ஸ். ஸோ ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும் பொழுது நிறைய உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணிக்கக்கூடிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ்லயும் இருக்கு அண்ட் என்டர்டைன்மெண்ட் சேனல்ஸ்லயும் இருக்கு. பேசிக்கா சேனல்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும் பொழுது உங்களுக்கு வந்து நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ்ல அதோடைய வளர்ச்சி அப்படிங்கிறது இன்னைக்கு ரொம்ப அதிகமா இருக்கு. அதோட அடுத்த கட்டம் அப்படிங்கிறது டிஜிட்டல் மீடியாவுக்கு ரெண்டுமே வந்து போயிருச்சு. ஸோ இன்னைக்கு வந்து மெயின் ஸ்ட்ரீம் மீடியால என்னென்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு, டிஜிட்டல் மீடியால என்னென்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு அப்படிங்கறத நம்ம வந்து பார்க்க போறோம். ஸோ இப்போ நான் வந்துட்டு ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்றேன். ஒன் செக். ஸோ இப்போ உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் விசிபிளா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ
Yes.
வந்து யா மெயின் ஸ்ட்ரீம் மீடியா, இப்போ மெயின் ஸ்ட்ரீம் மீடியா அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும் பொழுது இது வந்து நீங்க நியூஸ் மீடியாவும் எடுத்துக்கலாம், அதுக்கப்புறம் என்டர்டைன்மெண்ட் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் சேனல்ஸும் நீங்க வந்து எடுத்துக்கலாம். இப்போ பட் வைல் கம்பேரிங் டு ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் சேனல், நியூஸ்ல வந்து உங்களுக்கு அதிகமான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கு. அண்ட் எனக்கு வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 13 இயர்ஸ் வந்து நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ்ல எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஸோ பேஸ்ட் அப்பான் தட் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இது வந்து நான் உங்களுக்கு ஷேர் பண்றது கரெக்டா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ மெயின் ஸ்ட்ரீம் நியூஸ் மீடியா அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, உங்களுக்கு நீங்க எம்எஸ்சி விஸ்காம் படிச்சிருக்கீங்க, நீங்க படிச்சிருந்தாலும் எந்த ஏரியால உங்களுக்கு வந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டிசைட் பண்ண வேண்டியது அவசியம். முதல்ல உள்ள என்னென்ன இருக்கு அப்படின்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். இப்போ ஜென்ரலா நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா சப் எடிட்டர், அதாவது உதவி துணை ஆசிரியர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ நீங்க பாக்குற நியூஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த நியூஸை வந்து ஒரு ஆங்கர் வந்து படிக்கிற அளவுக்கு அந்த நியூஸை அழகா திருத்தமா டைப் பண்றவங்க பேரு தான் சப் எடிட்டர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ சப் எடிட்டர் நீங்க ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சீங்க அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு நீங்க முக்கியமா வந்து பண்ண வேண்டிய விஷயம் டெய்லி வந்து நியூஸ் பேப்பர் வாசிக்கணும். ஸோ whenever while you are going to English channel also you should have the habit of reading newspapers, because newspaper reading is one of the what to say, ஒரு சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா நீங்க வந்து ஒரு சப் எடிட்டரா ஆகணும் அப்படின்னா நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிக்கிற பழக்கம் வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு இருக்கணும். ஏன் நம்ம வந்து நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிக்கணும் அப்படின்னா, இப்போ சப் எடிட்டர் கிட்ட தான் ஒரு சேனல்ஸ், ஒரு நியூஸ் சேனலோட டோட்டல் நியூஸ்மே வந்துட்டு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சப் எடிட்டர் கிட்ட அவங்க வந்து பிரிச்சு கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் என்னென்ன விஷயம் நடந்திருக்கு, ஒரு கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸோட ஃபாலோ அப் வந்து எப்படி இருக்கு அப்படின்னு நீங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டாதான் அந்த நியூஸ்ல வந்து நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு சென்டென்ஸா நீங்க வந்து சேர்த்த முடியும். ஸோ அதனால சப் எடிட்டிங் நான் வந்து பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிக்கிற பழக்கத்தை நம்ம வந்து கண்டிப்பா வளர்த்துக்கணும். ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் Tamil typing. See, if you're going to English channels, you have to know English typing. So English typing generally நம்ம எல்லாத்துக்குமே ரொம்ப ஈஸியா வரும். பட் உங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஃபாஸ்டா நீங்க வந்துட்டு பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, ஸோ நீங்க வந்துட்டு கொஞ்சம் எந்த அளவுக்கு வந்து நீங்க ஃபாஸ்டா டைப் பண்ண முடியுமோ ஸோ அதை வந்து கத்துக்கணும். தமிழ் அப்படிங்கிறப்போ ஒவ்வொரு சேனல்ஸ்லயும் வந்துட்டு என்ன ஃபாண்ட் யூஸ் பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். இப்போ ஜென்ரலா வந்து நிறைய இடங்கள்ல ஓல்ட் டைப்ரைட்டர் ஃபாண்ட் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த ஃபிங்கரிங் வந்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்க வந்து தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுக்கணும். இதை வந்து எப்படி நம்ம வந்து ஈஸியா தமிழ் டைப்பிங் கத்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னா, NHM ரைட்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு சாஃப்ட்வேர் இருக்கு. நீங்க கூகுள்ல சர்ச் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னா தெரியும், NHM ரைட்டர். அது வந்து தமிழ் லாங்குவேஜ் நீங்க சூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு அதை இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிக்கிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ நீங்க வந்து தமிழ் டைப்பிங் உங்களுக்கு ஃப்ரீயா இருக்கிறப்போ நீங்க அதுல வந்து கத்துக்கலாம். ஸோ தமிழ் டைப்பிங் வந்துட்டு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து சென்டென்ஸ் ஃபார்மேஷன். ஸோ இட் இஸ் வெரி மச் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபார் சப் எடிட்டர். ஏன்னா ஒரு நியூஸை வந்துட்டு நீங்க எழுதி கொடுக்குற நியூஸை தான் ஆங்கர் வந்து படிப்பாங்க. ஸோ அதனால வந்து அந்த சென்டென்ஸ் ஃபார்மேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். அந்த சென்டென்ஸ் ஃபார்மேஷன் உங்களுக்கு மிகச்சரியா எப்போ வரும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, தொடர்ந்து வந்து நீங்க புக்ஸ் ரீட் பண்ணும்போது இந்த சென்டென்ஸ் ஃபார்மேஷன்ஸ்லாம் கரெக்டாக வரும். ஏன்னா தமிழ் அப்படின்னு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தைக்கும் நீங்க சரியா ப்ரெஷர் கொடுக்கல அப்படின்னாலும், இல்லை வந்துட்டு நீங்க சரியா உச்சரிக்கல அப்படின்னாலும் அது வந்து வார்த்தைகள் வந்து மாறும். ஒவ்வொரு எழுத்துலையுமே வந்து ஒரு வார்த்தைக்கான அர்த்தம் மாறும். ஸோ அதனால அந்த வார்த்தைகளை நீங்க பயன்படுத்தும் பொழுது ரொம்ப சரியா பயன்படுத்தணும். அதனால வந்து புக் ரீடிங் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். ஸோ இந்த 3 விஷயமுமே பேசிக்கா வந்துட்டு நீங்க வந்து ஒரு சப் எடிட்டரா போகணும் அப்படின்னு நீங்க நினைச்சீங்கன்னா இந்த விஷயத்தை வந்து நீங்க ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும். சரி, ஓகே, நான் இப்போ சப் எடிட்டரா போறேன், எனக்கு என்ன ஃபியூச்சர் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க கேட்கலாம். இப்போ நீங்க வந்து ஒரு சப் எடிட்டரா போறீங்க அப்படின்னா இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நாளுக்கு அப்புறம் வந்து ஒரு இன்புட் எடிட்டர், அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்துட்டு அவுட்புட் எடிட்டர், அதுக்கப்புறம் சீனியர் இன்புட் எடிட்டர், சீனியர் அவுட்புட் எடிட்டர், அப்புறம் வந்து சீனியர் புல்லட்டின் இன்சார்ஜ், ஒரு புல்லட்டின் ஹெட், சீஃப் புல்லட்டின் எடிட்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒவ்வொரு லெவல்லையுமே வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கான இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் இருக்கும். ஸோ பேஸ் ஒரு ஸ்கிரிப்ட் ரைட்டிங் அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களோட டேலண்ட்டை நீங்கள் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா ஸோ சப் எடிட்டர் இன்னைக்கு எல்லா ஆஃபீஸ்லையுமே பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா மினிமம் 20லேருந்து 25 சப் எடிட்டர்ஸ் ஒரு ஷிஃப்ட்ல வந்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ உங்களுக்கு அதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்தது அப்படின்னா சப் எடிட்டிங்க்கு நீங்கள் இப்போ இருந்தே உங்களை தயார்படுத்திக்க ஆரம்பிச்சுக்கலாம். இப்போ அடுத்து வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ரிப்போர்ட்டர்ஸ். ஸோ இப்போ இங்கிலீஷ் சேனலாக இருக்கட்டும் எல்ஸ் தமிழ் சேனலாக இருக்கட்டும், உங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு லைவ்ல எல்லாமே நியூஸ் வந்து கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ அவங்க எல்லாருமே வந்து நம்ம ரிப்போர்ட்டர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ இன் இங்கிலீஷ் நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ் யூ ஆல்ரெடி சீன் தட் the guy who is handling mic in front of the camera, and then he'll be saying this, what, that, the breaking news, so many things he'll be saying. So the person is called as a reporter. So for the reporting, you should need the skill of what to say, spontaneous speaking. ரிப்போர்ட்டர்ஸ் இன் த சென்ஸ் ஒரு விஷயத்த ஒரு 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 சென்டென்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குறாங்க அப்படின்னா அதை வந்து நீங்கள் 10 நிமிஷம் பேச தெரியணும். சி if you'll be giving some one sentence, Arnab Goswami was arrested by Mumbai police, so that is the one sentence. If you got the news mates, you should speak about nearly half an hour to 1 hour. So அந்த ரிப்போர்ட்டர் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கான ஸ்கில் அப்படிங்கிறதே வந்து நீங்கள் ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக பேசுறது தான். ஸோ அப்போ அந்த ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக பேசுறதுக்கு என்ன உங்களுக்கு தேவை அப்படின்னா, த சேம் திங் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரீட் நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ் ரெகுலர்லி, அண்ட் நாட் ஓன்லி ஒன் நியூஸ் பேப்பர், யூ ஹாவ் டு ரீட் மோர் தென் 3 நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ். வை? பிகாஸ் ஈச் நியூஸ் பேப்பர் they have their own views, because in Tamil language, in Dinamalar they have some kind of views, in Dinathanthi they have some kind of views, in Tamil Hindu they have some kind of views, also in English the Times of India, Hindu, and so many papers. Each paper have their own views and own ideology, and in common news they don't have some ideologies and all, but in political, when you are coming to political, they have their different type of ideologies. So if you are going to be if you want to become a reporter, you have to read more than 3 newspapers every day. So that is the important thing to want to become a reporter. So அப்போ அந்த ரிப்போர்ட்டர் அப்படிங்கிறப்ப வந்து நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ் படிக்கிற பழக்கம் ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு பேசணும், அந்த ஸ்கில். மூணாவது வந்துட்டு எல்லாரோடையும் நீங்கள் பழகக்கூடிய அந்த ஒரு ஈஸி அப்ரோச். See, இப்போ ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட்டர் அப்படின்னா யூ ஹாவ் டு கோ செக்ரட்டரியேட், யூ ஹாவ் டு கோ ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸ், யூ ஹாவ் டு கோ போலீஸ் ஸ்டேஷன், அண்ட் யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபேஸ் த பீப்புள்ஸ், யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபேஸ் த பொலிட்டிக்கல் லீடர்ஸ். ஸோ யூ ஷுட் பி த வெரி கேரிங் அண்ட் வெரி எக்ஸ்பிரசிவ் அண்ட் வெரி டாக்கட்டிவ். ஸோ இப்படியெல்லாம் நீங்கள் இருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்க வந்து ரிப்போர்ட்டர் ஆகலாம். ஏன்னா ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட்டர் அப்படிங்கிறதே வந்துட்டு ஒரு நியூஸை நீங்க போய் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க. நீங்க வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டிஃபா ஒரு மாதிரி அரகன்ட் பர்சனா இருந்தா யூ கான்ட் கலெக்ட் நியூஸ் ஃப்ரம் த பீப்புள். ஸோ நீங்க வந்து ஒரு கைண்டா ஒரு சார்மிங் பர்சனா இருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ யூ கேன் கலெக்ட் த நியூஸ் from various peoples and also various political leaders. ஸோ அதனால வந்துட்டு அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ உங்களுக்கு இந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஓகே, என்னால் ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக நான் எல்லாரோடையுமே பழகுவேன், நான் வந்து நியூஸ் எல்லாம் சூப்பராக கேதர் பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் கோ ஃபார் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் ஜாப். அண்ட் வாட் இஸ் த ஃபியூச்சர் ஃபார் த ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் ஜாப்? ஸோ எப்படி சொல்கிறது, ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட்டர் இப்போ நீங்கள் போய் ஒரு ஜாயின் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் 3 years யூ கேன் பி ப்ரமோட்டட் அஸ் அ சீஃப் ரிப்போர்ட்டர். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு ஒவ்வொரு சேனல்லையுமே வந்துட்டு ஒரு அசைன்மெண்ட் எடிட்டர் அண்ட் சீஃப் நியூஸ் எடிட்டர் இவங்களுக்கு ஈக்குவலாக வந்துட்டு சீஃப் ரிப்போர்ட்டர் வந்து இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ ஹி ஹாவ் த ஈக்குவல் பவர். ஸோ அப்படி இருக்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா அது வந்து ஒரு நல்ல போஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும். ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கான ஃபியூச்சர் வந்து அப்படி இருக்கும். ஸோ இது வந்து ரிப்போர்ட்டிங்க்கு நீங்கள் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா இந்த விஷயங்கள்லாம் பண்ணணும். ஸோ இன்புட் எடிட்டர் இன் த சென்ஸ், இப்போ வந்து ஒரு தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஆர் வேறவர் இன் எனி ஸ்டேட் ஒரு நியூஸ் வந்து உங்களுக்கு வருது அப்படின்னா இட் கம்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் டு த ஹெட் ஆஃபீஸ். ஸோ அப்போது அந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ரிப்போர்ட்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்காங்க, டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் இருக்கிற பியூரோ ஆஃபீஸ்லாம் இருக்குது அப்படின்னா அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து நியூஸ் எல்லாத்தையுமே வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ணுறது அப்படின்னா அது வந்து இன்புட் டீம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த இன்புட் டீமில் வந்து உங்களுக்கு கேதர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு யூ ஷுட் ஹாவ் த கமாண்டிங் பவர். ஒருத்தவங்க கிட்ட நீங்கள் வேலை வாங்குறதுன்னு இருக்கு இல்லையா? சரி, இப்போ நான் வந்து எல்லா வேலையுமே செய்வேன் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு குட் குவாலிட்டி அப்படின்னு வச்சுப்போம். But you should have the another quality for input editor, that is அந்த கமாண்டிங் பவர். இப்போ உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு 10 டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்ல இருந்து நீங்க நியூஸ் வாங்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்கன்னா தென் யூ ஹாவ் டு கால் தெம் அண்ட் யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபாலோ தெம். அவங்க கரெக்டாக பண்றாங்களா இல்லையா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்க கிட்ட எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு நீங்க தொடர்ந்து, ஏன்னா ஒரு இன்புட் எடிட்டரா இருக்கீங்கன்னா நீங்க ரொம்ப அரகண்டாவும் இருக்கக்கூடாது, ரொம்ப வந்துட்டு ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியாவும் நீங்க வந்து இருக்கக்கூடாது. ஸோ அப்படி இருந்தால் ஒன்னா மதிக்க மாட்டாங்க, இப்படி இருந்தாலும் மதிக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ அதுக்கு வந்து அந்த குவாலிட்டி அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். ஸோ அப்போ வந்து நீங்க அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து நியூஸ் வாங்கி நீங்க வந்து டெஸ்க்கு வந்து கொடுப்பீங்க. ஸோ இன்புட் எடிட்டர் போஸ்டிங்க்கு உங்களுக்கு அந்த கமாண்டிங் பவர் இருக்கணும், நியூஸ் நாலேஜ் வந்து இருக்கணும். ஸோ இதுக்கு வந்து உங்களுக்கு தயார்படுத்திக்கணும் அப்படின்னா நீங்க தயார்படுத்திக்கலாம். அண்ட் த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர். இப்போ நீங்க வந்து ஸ்கிரிப்ட் ரெடி பண்ணியாச்சு, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்துட்டு அதெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா அப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்டாங்க. அந்த ஸ்கிரிப்டுக்கு மேட்சாக வந்துட்டு விஷுவல்ஸ் போடுறவங்க தான் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஃபார் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர் யூ ஹேவ் த பேசிக் நாலேஜ் அபவுட் ஃபோட்டோஷாப் அண்ட் வீடியோ எடிட்டிங் சாஃப்ட்வேர் லைக் எஃப்சிபி அண்ட் ப்ரீமியர் ப்ரோ. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். ஸோ இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு காலேஜில் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் கோ ஃபார் கிளாஸஸ் பிகாஸ் so many online classes are there and you can go for online classes and you can get basic knowledge from the online classes also. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு நீங்க ஒன்ஸ் முடிச்சுட்டு நீங்க போய் வேலை தேடுறப்போ அங்க போய் கத்துக்கிறேன்னு சொல்றதுக்கும் அண்ட் பிஃபோர் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு ஃபினிஷ் யுவர் யூஜி டிகிரி கையில நீங்க வந்து ஒரு சர்டிபிகேட் வச்சிருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இட் வில் பி வெரி யூஸ்ஃபுல் வென் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் ஃபார் அன் இன்டர்வியூ. ஸோ விஷுவல் எடிட்டிங் அப்படிங்கிறப்போ அந்த டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்கில் யூ ஹாவ் டு learn. அது வந்துட்டு நீங்க என்ன nowadays and all you go to Facebook or else you go to Instagram, there are so many online classes are going on. See, for 400-500 rupees they are teaching 4 hours to 5 hours classes regarding technical skills and all, so you can go. ஸோ அதை வந்து நீங்கள் பார்த்துக்கலாம். ஸோ அந்த விஷுவல் எடிட்டர் அப்படிங்கிறப்போ உங்களுக்கு வந்து பேசிக் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர் அண்ட் தென் வந்து விஷுவல் எடிட்டிங் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட ஹெட் வரைக்கும் நீங்கள் போகிறதுக்கான சான்சஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்குது. சி இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் ஃபார் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர் you can go not only for news channels, you can go for features and you can go for some other companies who have their social media team and who have their digital media team also, because nowadays the whole company not a whole every corporate company they have their own digital team. So and the digital team la they have their content editors and visual editors and social media managers and all. ஸோ அதனால வந்துட்டு விஷுவல் எடிட்டிங்க்கு என்றைக்குமே உங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு அந்த ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருந்துக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்கும். ஸோ யூ கேன் கோ ஃபார் தட். அண்ட் த மோஸ்ட் ஃபேவரட் ஃபார் காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எஸ்பெஷலி ஃபீமேல்ஸ் நியூஸ் ஆங்கரிங் தான். See, whoever நீங்க இப்போ வந்து விஸ்காம் படிக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா the most of the girls they will be saying I want to become a news anchor அப்படின்னு. So the news anchor in the sense அது வந்து ஒரு not only a craze, அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு மரியாதை. நீங்க வந்து you are presenting the news to the people and நீங்க வந்துட்டு you are the face of the channel. அப்போ அந்த நியூஸ் ஆங்கர் அப்படிங்கிறப்போ அது என்னோட பார்ட் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது இன்னும் I can say it. அதனால வந்து ஒரு நியூஸ் ஆங்கர் அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் யூ ஹாவ் டு கான்சென்ட்ரேட் வாட் யூ ஆர் ஸ்பீக்கிங், the thing language skill. See, you are going to present in English or also in Tamil. அந்த லாங்குவேஜ் ஸ்கில் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்பவே வந்துட்டு ப்ராப்பராக இருக்கணும். அதுதான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு இங்கிலீஷ் சேனல்ஸ் அந்த இங்கிலீஷ் ப்ரொனன்சியேஷன் எப்படி இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு யூ ஹாவ் டு கெட் ட்ரைனிங். அண்ட் தமிழ் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது தமிழ் வார்த்தைகளை எப்படி உச்சரிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது நீங்கள் வந்து சரியாக உச்சரிக்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். உச்சரிப்பு அப்படிங்கிறது எந்த லாங்குவேஜ் whenever you go for மலையாளம் ஆல்சோ நீங்கள் அந்த லாங்குவேஜ் எப்படி உச்சரிக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. ஸோ அந்த லாங்குவேஜை நீங்கள் கரெக்டாக வந்து உச்சரிக்கணும். ரெண்டாவது கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ், அந்த நாலேஜ் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு. இப்போ பொதிகை சேனல்ல அப்போல்லாம் ப்ராம்ப்டர் வந்து வச்சிருப்பாங்க, ரெக்கார்டிங் நியூஸ் எல்லாமே வச்சிருப்பாங்க. ஸோ அதனால வந்து அவங்க தப்பு பண்ணாலும் தே கேன் ரீஎடிட் அண்ட் தே கேன் ரீ ரெக்கார்ட். ஆனால் இப்போ அப்படி கிடையாது. யூ ஹாவ் டு கோ ஃபார் 24 hours லைவ். ஸோ அதனால வந்துட்டு அந்த லைவ் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது நீங்க வந்து உங்களுக்கான நாலேஜ் உங்ககிட்ட இருக்கிறதுங்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். ஸோ அந்த நாலேஜை வந்துட்டு நீங்கள் கரெக்டாக வச்சுட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து நியூஸ் ஆங்கர் ஆகிடலாம். தென் உங்களுடைய போஸ்டர், உங்களோட கெஸ்டர், தென் உங்களோட ஃபிசிக், காம்ப்ளெக்ஷன்லாம் அதெல்லாம் ஒரு மேட்ரே கிடையாது. ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு இன்டெலெக்சுவலாக இருக்கீங்க, லாங்குவேஜை வந்து நீங்கள் நல்லா ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்களும் வந்து நியூஸ் ரீடர் ஆகலாம், அது எந்த லாங்குவேஜ் அப்படின்னாலும் சரி. ஸோ இப்போ அடுத்து வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆங்கர்ஸ். ஸோ மெனி சேனல்ஸ் நீங்கள் நிறைய ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் எல்லாமே பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. ஸோ அந்த ப்ரோக்ராமில் வந்துட்டு அவங்க நல்லா கலோக்கியெல்லாம் ஜாலியாக அன்னைக்கு என்ன ட்ரெண்ட் இருக்கோ அதை வச்சு வந்துட்டு பேசுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆங்கரும் நீங்கள் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும்னா அந்த ஸ்பான்டேனிட்டி, அந்த ஸ்பீச்சில் வந்து ஸ்பான்டேனிட்டி அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அடுத்து வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர். இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து இப்போ பிக் பாஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துப்போம். ஸோ அந்த பிக் பாஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம். அந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் வந்து எப்படி போகணும், எங்கே பிரேக் வரணும், அங்கே ஆங்கர் வந்து என்ன பேசணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அது எல்லாமே டிசைட் பண்ணக்கூடியது ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ். இன் நியூஸ் சேனல்ஸ் ஒரு 10 to 15 ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ் வந்து இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ இன் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பொறுத்தப்போ டிபெண்ட்ஸ் அப்பான் த ப்ரோக்ராம், அந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ் வந்து இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு பிகம் அ ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர், உங்களுக்கு வந்து அந்த கிரியேட்டிவான ஐடியாஸ் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நீங்க வந்து கிரியேட்டிவா திங்க் பண்ணுவீங்க, ரொம்ப வந்து ஒரு விஷுவலைஸ்டா நீங்க சூப்பரா திங்க் பண்ணுவீங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்க வந்து ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசரா போகலாம். ஸோ அதுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, முன்னாடி இருந்தே வந்துட்டு ப்ரோக்ராம் ப்ரொடியூசர் ப்ரோக்ராம் நிறைய ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்க பார்த்து உங்களோட ஐடியாஸ் எல்லாமே நீங்க வந்து கெயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ அடுத்து வந்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நியூஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர். இப்போ நியூஸ் வந்துட்டு இப்போ தமிழ் சேனல், இங்கிலீஷ் சேனல் ரெண்டுமே எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா ஒவ்வொரு ஹாஃப் அன் ஹவருக்கும் வந்துட்டு ஒரு நியூஸ் புல்லட்டின் வந்து போயிட்டு இருக்கு. அப்போ அந்த ஹாஃப் அன் ஹவருக்கு தேவையான நியூஸ் புல்லட்டின், எந்த நியூஸ் எப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வரணும் செகண்ட் வரணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த நியூஸ் ஸ்கிரிப்டையும் விஷுவலையும் வந்துட்டு ரெண்டும் ஒன்னா மர்ஜ் பண்ணி அவங்க கொண்டு போய் வந்துட்டு ப்ரொடக்ஷன்ல கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு பேர் தான் நியூஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ இந்த நியூஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர் அப்படின்னு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அவங்களுக்கு நியூஸ் நாலேஜ், நியூஸ்க்கு மேட்சா விஷுவல்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்களா. இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து அமித்ஷா யாருன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும், மோடி யாருன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும், அது பேசிக்கா நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். இப்போ வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஸ்டேட் மினிஸ்டர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, அவங்கள பத்தி ஒரு நியூஸ் வருதுன்னா அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துருக்கிற ஸ்கிரிப்டும் அந்த கொடுத்துருக்கிற போட்டோஸும் கரெக்டா இருக்கா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்க வந்து செக் பண்ணணும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இருக்காங்க, அந்த மாதிரி பண்ண வேண்டிய வேலைகள் எல்லாமே நியூஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ் வந்து பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ நியூஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ்க்கான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸும் இருக்கு. அடுத்த ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர். இப்போ ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர் அப்படின்னா யூ ஹாவ் சீன் சோ மெனி டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிஸ், நிறைய சேனல்ஸ் எல்லாமே பார்ப்பீங்க. ஸோ அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்ரிஸ், ஹியூமன் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஸ்டோரிஸ், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சம்பந்தமான ஷோஸ், சினிமா சம்பந்தமான ஷோஸ், இது எல்லாமே பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இட் கம்ஸ் அண்டர் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த ஃபீச்சர்ஸில் வந்துட்டு அதுக்கான நாலேஜ், இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு பிகம் அ சினிமா ஷோ ப்ரொடியூசர் அப்படின்னா ஸோ சினிமாவை பற்றி ஓரளவுக்கு பேசிக் நாலேஜ் உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். ஸோ இதுவே ஸ்போர்ட்ஸாக அப்படி இருந்தது அப்படின்னா ஸ்போர்ட்ஸை பற்றின பேசிக் நாலேஜ் உங்களுக்கு இருக்கணும். தென் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் ஃபார் டெக்னாலஜி அப்படின்னா டெக்னாலஜி பற்றின ஒரு நாலேஜ் வந்து உங்களுக்கு இருக்கணும். ஸோ வென்எவர் வாட் எவர் கேட்டகரி உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டாக இருக்கோ அந்த கேட்டகரிஸில் வந்து உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு பேசிக்கா இருக்கணும். தென் யூ ஹாவ் டு சர்ச் த நியூ நியூஸஸ். என்னெல்லாம் புதுசு புதுசா வந்துட்டு எல்லாம் வருதோ அது எல்லாத்தையும் வந்துட்டு நீங்க சர்ச் பண்ணி அண்ட் யூ ஹாவ் டு ப்ரெசென்ட் இட். அதை வந்து ஒரு மக்கள் விரும்புற மாதிரி நீங்க வந்து ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணணும். ஸோ அதுதான் வந்துட்டு ஃபீச்சர்ஸ். அது அந்த ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நீங்கள் போகணும் அப்படின்னாலும் அதுக்கான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்குது. தென் ஆஸ் யூஷுவல் இன் எவ்ரி ஆஃபீஸ் தே ஹாவ் ஹெச்ஆர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் அண்ட் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். அண்ட் மோஸ்ட் ப்ராபப்ளி யூ நோ ஹெச்ஆர் வந்துட்டு MBA ஹெச்ஆர் நீங்கள் வந்து படிச்சிருக்கணும். தென் ரிசோர்ஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், அது வந்துட்டு உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குது அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் கோ. அண்ட் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் வந்து பிகாம் படிச்சிருக்கீங்க, சிஏ படிச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் கோ வித் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். ஸோ அது ஜென்ரலாக எல்லா ஆஃபீஸ்லையுமே அதுக்கான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்குது. தென் யூ ஹாவ் பிசிஆர் அண்ட் எம்சிஆர் இன் சேனல்ஸ். பிசிஆர், வாட் இஸ் பிசிஆர் மீன்ஸ் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம். அதாவது ஒரு சேனலில் ஒட்டு மொத்தமான ஆப்ரேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சு ஃபைனலாக டெலிகாஸ்ட் பண்ணுற இடம், அந்த ப்ரொடக்ஷன் கண்ட்ரோல் தான் உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஆங்கருக்கு என்ன பண்ணணும்னு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுப்பாங்க. தென் வெளியில் வந்து எப்படி ஒரு ஃப்ரேமில் அந்த சேனல் வரணும் அப்படிங்கிறத, ஒரு ஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கட்டும், இல்லை ஸ்க்ரோலிங்காக இருக்கட்டும், இல்லை இந்த பிரேக்கிங் நியூஸ் அந்த சவுண்ட்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், இது எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு அந்த டீமில் இருந்து தான் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்கில்ஸ் எல்லாம் அது நமக்கு வந்துட்டு வேணும் அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு பிசிஆர் எம்சிஆர் வந்துட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து போகலாம். தென் டெக்னிக்கல் டீம். இப்போ எல்லா ஆஃபீஸ்லையுமே தே ஹாவ் சிஸ்டம்ஸ் அண்ட் தே ஹாவ் தேர் ஓன் சர்வர். ஸோ அதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு மேனேஜ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா ஸோ தே கேன் கோ ஃபார் டெக்னிக்கல் டீம் அண்ட் பிஎஸ்சி கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் ஆர் பிஇ கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு படித்தவங்க ஸோ அந்த டெக்னிக்கல் டீமுக்கு வந்துட்டு அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கும், அவங்க வந்து போகலாம். ஸோ மெயின் ஸ்ட்ரீம் மீடியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இதுதான் வந்துட்டு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இப்போ இருக்கிறது. ஏன்னா சேனல் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்பொழுது உங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு நிறைய இடங்கள்ல இப்ப வாண்டட் எல்லாமே இருந்துட்டே தான் இருக்கு. ஸோ அதனால நீங்க சேனல் போகும்போது இந்த மாதிரி பேசிக்ஸ் எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சுட்டு போயிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா தென் இட் வில் பி வெரி ஈஸி டு சர்வைவ். அங்க போயிட்டு எனக்கு எதுவுமே தெரியாது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கும் இல்லை எனக்கு பேசிக்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் தெரியும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கும் அது வந்து நிறைய வித்தியாசம் வந்துட்டு இருக்கும். ஸோ இது வந்துட்டு முக்கியமா நீங்க பார்க்க வேண்டியது. இது ஃபீச்சர்ஸ், இது வந்து நியூஸ் சேனல். இப்போ ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா நியூஸ் ஃபீச்சர் ஆங்கர் வந்துட்டு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கும். தென் ஃபீச்சர் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கும். த சேம் விஷுவல் எடிட்டர்ஸ்க்கு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கும். டெக்னிக்கல் டீம், ஹெச்ஆர், அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ், இது எல்லாமே இருக்கும். ஸோ ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் சேனலை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அது உங்களுடைய ஒரு விஷ் தான், நீங்க எதுக்கு போறீங்க அப்படிங்கிறது. ஸோ நீங்க வந்து ஒரு மீடியாவுக்கு வந்து நான் விஸ்காம் படிச்சா மட்டும்தான் நான் வந்துட்டு போக முடியுமா அப்படின்னு கூட சிலருக்கு இருக்கும். இப்ப நான் சொன்ன ஸ்கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே உங்களுக்கு வந்து தெரியும், ஓரளவுக்கு வந்துட்டு எனக்கு பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் கோ. இப்ப நானுமே வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஐ எம் நாட் அ விஸ்காம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட். ஐ டிட் மை MA English Literature with B.Ed. But I came into media field because of my passion and my interest. ஸோ சின்ன வயசுல இருந்தே வந்துட்டு ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டாக இருக்கும் மீடியா. ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் இன் லோக்கல் சேனல்ஸ் வென் ஐ வாஸ் ஸ்டடிங் இன் 11th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட். ஸோ அதனால வந்துட்டு எனக்கு என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஓகே நான் வந்து மீடியாவுக்கு போகணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஆசையில் அடுத்தடுத்து நான் காலேஜ் படிக்கும் போதும் பார்ட் டைமாக நான் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணேன். அண்ட் தென் நிறைய ஷோஸ் இதெல்லாமே பண்ணேன். ஸோ மீடியாக்குள்ளே வந்தாச்சு. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நீங்கள் வேற ஏதாவது மேஜர் படிச்சிருந்து எனக்கு மீடியாக்குள்ளே போகணும் அப்படின்னாலும் தென் யூ கேன் கோ. பட் இப்போ நான் சொன்ன இந்த விஷயங்கள் எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு பேசிக்காக உங்களுக்கு இருந்திருக்கணும். அப்போ தான் நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு சர்வை பண்ண முடியும். தென் இப்போ அடுத்து வந்துட்டு டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது வந்துட்டு ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நிச்சயமா இதோட வந்துட்டு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸே சொல்லலாம். ஸோ யார் யாரோ எங்கெங்க இருந்தோ எல்லாத்தையும் ஒரு புள்ளியில எது இணைக்குது அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா தான். ஸோ டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இனிமேல் இந்த வேர்ல்டோட ஃபியூச்சர் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா அது டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லலாம். ஏன்னா இன்னைக்கே வந்து நம்ம என்ன ஏதாச்சும் இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு பை சம் home appliances and if you're going to buy some cosmetics, accessories and costumes and so many things we are purchasing in online only, and we are making digital transactions. And so many people nowadays and all they have changed work from home mode. ஸோ அப்போ வந்து ஓவராலாக எல்லாமே டிஜிட்டலைஸ்ட் அப்படிங்கும் போது டிஜிட்டல் மீடியாவும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் அதாவது அடுத்த கட்ட வளர்ச்சியை நோக்கி அது வந்து போயிட்டு தான் இருக்கு. இன்னும் வந்து அடுத்து அது வந்து போகக்கூடிய தூரம் வந்து அதிகம். ஸோ இப்போ இந்த டிஜிட்டல் மீடியா அப்படின்னு பார்க்குறப்போ இதில் என்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அப்படின்னா சோஷியல் மீடியா மேனேஜர் எல்லா கம்பெனிஸும் தே ஹாவ் ஸ்டார்டட் அப்பாயிண்டிங் சோஷியல் மீடியா மேனேஜர். வை? பிகாஸ் இப்போ உங்களை பற்றி நான் இப்போ நீங்கள் என்னை பற்றி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் வந்து ஃபேஸ்புக் போய் ஹேமா ராகேஷ் அப்படின்னு போட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ த சேம் திங் இன் ஃபியூச்சர் யாராவது உங்களை பற்றி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா அவங்க ஃபேஸ்புக்கோ இன்ஸ்டாகிராமோ லிங்க்டினோ ட்விட்டரோ பின்ட்ரெஸ்டோ எல்லாமே அங்கே போயிட்டு உங்கள் பேர் கொடுத்தா அண்ட் இட் வில் ஷோ த ரிசல்ட்ஸ். நீங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, நீங்க யார் கூட போட்டோ எடுத்திருக்கீங்க, நீங்க எங்க இருந்திருக்கீங்க, நீங்க என்ன சாப்பிட்டீங்க, உங்களோட பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் எப்படி இருக்கு, உங்களோட ஆட்டிடியூட் எப்படி இருக்கு, உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் யாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. ஸோ ஓவரால் உங்களை பத்தி எல்லா டீட்டெயில்ஸும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா சோஷியல் மீடியால நீங்க வந்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் கொடுக்குறாங்க, ஒரு சர்வீஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க அப்படின்னா ஸோ அது வந்து அவங்களோட சோஷியல் மீடியா மூலமா அவங்க வந்து ப்ரமோட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ இப்போ இன் ஃபியூச்சர் இப்பவே பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லா கம்பெனிஸும் சோஷியல் மீடியா மேனேஜர்ஸை வந்துட்டு அவங்க ரெக்ரூட் பண்றாங்க, அவங்களோட சோஷியல் மீடியா ப்ரமோஷன்ஸை ரொம்ப நல்லா பண்ணணும்னு. ஸோ இதை வந்து ஹேண்டில் பண்றதுக்கு தனித்தனி கோர்சஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கு. தென் இதுலயே வந்து ஃபேஸ்புக் யூடியூப்லயுமே அது வந்து கைடன்ஸ்லாம் நிறைய அவங்களே கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் நம்ம பார்த்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். அடுத்து கண்டென்ட் ரைட்டர். ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கோ இல்லை ஒரு சர்வீஸ்க்கோ வந்துட்டு ஒரு அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படின்னா இன்னைக்கு நிறைய வந்து ஷார்ட்டாக கண்டென்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கும். இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோ த்ரூ நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ் ரெகுலர்லி யூ வில் பி சீயிங் இன்னைக்கு புக் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னா ஒரு சதுர அடி 3200 மட்டுமே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு கேட்சிங்கா அப்படியே வந்துட்டு இது பண்ணுவாங்க. ஒரு லலிதா ஜுவல்லரி ஆட் எல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய கேப்ஷன்ஸ் அது எல்லாமே இருக்கும். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் கல்யாண் ஜுவல்லர்ஸ் போன நம்பிக்கை அதானே எல்லாம் அப்படின்னு அந்த கேப்ஷன்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் இருக்கும் இல்லையா. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி அதுக்கு ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதுறவங்க எல்லாமே கண்டென்ட் ரைட்டர்ஸ் தான். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு வந்து நிறைய இடங்கள்ல கண்டென்ட் ரைட்டர்ஸ் வந்து தேவைப்படுறாங்க. தென் வீடியோ எடிட்டர் அண்ட் கிராஃபிக் டிசைனர். இதுவும் வந்துட்டு வீடியோ எடிட்டிங் அண்ட் கிராஃபிக் டிசைனிங் அப்படின்னு பார்க்குறப்போ எல்லா கம்பெனிஸ்க்குமே இன்னைக்கு வந்து அவங்கள எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காகவும் அவங்களுடைய ப்ராடக்ட்ஸை வந்துட்டு நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல் கொண்டு போகிறதுக்காக நிறைய வித்தியாசமாக ஒர்க்ஸ் எல்லாமே பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ அப்போ வந்துட்டு வீடியோ எடிட்டர்ஸும் கிராஃபிக் டிசைனர்ஸும் அவங்களுக்கு தேவைப்படுறாங்க. அதுக்கும் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் நிறைய இருக்குது. தென் இல்லை நான் ஓனா வந்து ஒரு வெப்சைட் ரன் பண்ணி அதுலேருந்து நான் ரெவென்யூ வந்து எடுத்துப்பேன் அப்படின்னாலும் அதுலேயும் இன்னைக்கு டிஜிட்டல் மீடியாவில் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு. ஐ எம் ரன்னிங் மை ஓன் வெப்சைட். ஸோ அதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இப்போ நீங்களும் வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஓன் வெப்சைட் ரன் பண்ணலாம். அதில் வந்து நான் இப்போ என்டர்டைன்மெண்ட் வெப்சைட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஸோ உங்களுக்கு என்ன கேட்டகரியில் உங்களுக்கு தேவையோ வெப்சைட்ஸ் வந்து நீங்கள் ரன் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அது கூகுள் ஆட்சன்ஸ் மூலமாக உங்களுக்கு ரெவென்யூ கிடைக்கும். தென் உங்களுக்கு ப்ரைவேட் ஆட்ஸ் மூலமாக உங்களுக்கு வந்து ரெவென்யூ கிடைக்கும். அண்ட் சைமல்டேனியஸ்லி யூடியூபர். இன்னைக்கு யூடியூபர் வந்து மதன் கௌரி எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதவங்களே இருக்க முடியாது. ஸோ ஒன்லி ஒன் பர்சன் ஹி இஸ் ஹேவிங் 40 lakh சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ். and before 3 years he entered into YouTube, and now he is one of the most என்ன சொல்றது பாப்புலர் பர்சன் இன் தமிழ் யூடியூபர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு ஒரு டேலண்ட் இருக்கு, நீங்க வந்து உங்களோட ஸ்கில்லையோ இல்லை உங்களோட டேலண்ட்டையோ நீங்க எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்றீங்கன்னா யூடியூப் இஸ் த பெஸ்ட் வே டு எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் யுவர் ஸ்கில்ஸ் அண்ட் யூ கேன் கெட் ரெவன்யூ ஃப்ரம் த யூடியூப் ஆல்சோ. அண்ட் இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு சோஷியல் மீடியா பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது யூ ஹாவ் டு டெவலப் யுவர் செல்ஃப். அண்ட் சோஷியல் மீடியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சில ஸ்கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கு, அதை எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறத பத்தியும் வந்துட்டு நீங்க கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தான் வந்துட்டு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ். இன்னைக்கு இது வந்து நம்ம ஒரு ½ அன் ஹவர்ல நான் வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு வந்து கொடுத்துருக்கேன். ஸோ இது வந்து ஒரு பெரிய ஃபீல்டு. டிஜிட்டல் அப்படிங்கிறது நீங்க நாளுக்கு நாள் வந்துட்டு உங்களை நீங்க அப்டேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கணும். இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரு ஆப் வந்து ஒரு நெக்ஸ்ட் மந்த்ல இருக்காது, இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற டெக்னாலஜி அடுத்த வருஷம் இருக்காது. ஸோ டிஜிட்டல் அப்படின்னு நீங்க உள்ள வந்துட்டீங்க அப்படின்னாலே அண்ட் யூ ஹாவ் டு அப்டேட் யுவர் செல்ஃப், நாட் ஓன்லி இன் டிஜிட்டல் லைஃப்லயே உங்களை நீங்களை அப்டேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருந்தாதான் வந்துட்டு ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியா இருக்க முடியும். ஸோ இன்கேஸ் உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு டவுட்ஸ் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா இல்ல என்னோட சோஷியல் மீடியாவோட ஹேண்டில்ஸ் எல்லாமே இப்போ உங்களுக்கு அதிலே கொடுப்பாங்க. And you can reach me at Hema Rakesh in Facebook and Instagram, the same Hema Rakesh. In Twitter, Hema Rakesh at Cynthia Hema. In LinkedIn, the same Hema Rakesh. உங்களுக்கு digital wise, if you have any doubts and if you need any guidance, you can reach me at any time. And நான் வந்து அதில் உங்களுக்கு ஆன்சர் பண்ணுவேன். So, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and thank you so much for என்ன சொல்றது நந்தினி, தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் டா. ஏன்னா அவங்கள மட்டும் தான் எனக்கு இந்த இதில் தெரியும். அவங்க வந்துட்டு இவ்வளோ நல்லா சூப்பராக எல்லாருமே ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அண்ட் கங்க்ராச்சுலேஷன்ஸ் ஃபார் 3G டீம் ஃபார் ஆர்கனைசிங் திஸ் சூப்பர் ஈவெண்ட். அண்ட் இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ஈவெண்ட் நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே பண்ணணும். அண்ட் விஷ் யூ ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட் ஃபார் ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ. தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் ஹேமா மேம். யூஸ்வலா வந்து ஒரு ஆங்கரால இவ்வளவு விஷயங்கள் பேச முடியுமா? ஆங்கர் வந்து எதை பத்தி வேணாலும் பேசுவாங்க, மார்க்கெட்டிங் பத்தி பிசினஸ் பத்தி வந்து அதுவும் டிஜிட்டல் மார்க்கெட்டிங் பத்தி இவ்வளவு அழகா பேசுறீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது we really want to definitely கண்டிப்பா நிறைய பேர் உங்களை அப்ரோச் பண்ணுவாங்க, கைடன்ஸ் தேவைப்படும். ஏன்னா அந்த பீரியட்ல ஆரம்பிச்சு இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் என்னெல்லாம் ட்ரெண்டிங்ல இருக்கு, இப்போ என்னெல்லாம் ட்ரெண்டிங்ல இருக்கு, என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற கைடன்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க. We love to have you for one more session in future definitely. அப்போ இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் நிறைய டைம் கொடுத்து because lot of things you like to share. நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி ஒரு ½ அன் ஹவர்ல கண்டென்ஸ் பண்ணி ½ அன் ஹவர்ல அழகா கண்டென்ட் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்டீங்க நீங்க. But we would like to have an elaborated session also.
Sure. I'll definitely do it for you.
Thank you so much, and we would like to respect your time, and I would request our technical team to flash the certificate on screen. So we have a beautiful e-certificate for you. We'll also be emailing it to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Happy to see this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great time.
Yeah, thank you, dear.
All right, all the audience, once again, உங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னா, you can fill in the session review form for every speaker. You can fill the review form that will be shared in the WhatsApp group and also in the Zoom chat as well. And to introduce the next speaker, I'd like to welcome MC Charu onto the stage. Welcome, Charu.
Thank you, Tamil sir. Now we would like to move on to our next elegant speaker, Ms. Pooja Iyer, the founder and the CEO of Aspire Career Advisory, who is a certified global career counselor from UCLA Extension and a Gallup coach. She is a first-class graduate in Viscom from Dr. G.R. Damodaran College of Science, Coimbatore, a MBA distinction graduate in international business from Symbiosis, Pune, and has a specialization in digital marketing from Harvard University. In a numerous roles spanning over a decade, she has been part of different value-driven organizations and worked across industries in US, Germany, Nigeria, and UK. Her areas of specializations are career counseling, managing millennials, multi-generation and multicultural workforces, diversity and inclusion, building youth talent, parent and educator programs, and building entrepreneurial talent. She believes that to succeed, it is very important to understand who you are, aspire to achieve your dreams, and equip yourself with the right tools to convert that aspiration into a reality. Today, she is here to elucidate us on the topic, careers of the future. Ma'am, we are very much honorable with your presence. Welcome to the conference.
Pooja ma'am, you can come on audio. We'll be able to guide you on the screen share. I could see that we have given all the access to you. But still, if you find any challenges, you can turn on your audio or the video. All right. What I'll do, I'll try to sort it out in the offline. In the meantime, I'd request the technical team to play a couple of videos for the audience. It's a long time since. Uh, 1 second. Pooja ma'am, we are not able to hear you. Can you speak now? Or maybe your audio is on, but we are not. Is anyone able to hear? Charu, are you able to hear her?
No, sir.
No. All right. Okay. What I would suggest, yes, ma'am, it's no from everyone. I would request you to log out and log in once again. In the meantime, I'll also connect with you on WhatsApp. In the meantime, I'd request the technical team to play the videos, please. Right. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, wonderful. Sorry, I think
Check your screen
something.
Can you check your screen share so that we can?
Yeah, sure. Just a minute. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's working fine.
Okay, wonderful. So, shall I get started or?
Yes, we can start now.
Just 1 second. I think the screen share. Some days the technology gets the better of you, right? Even if you're trying to.
So we are there to support you. Yes.
Yeah, wonderful. So a very good afternoon, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the 3G team for inviting me to be a part of this conference, and it's fantastic to be a part of Tamil Nadu's largest career guidance conference and to be able to interact with students, counselors, and the entire team. Funny, I just heard Miss Hema talking before this, and she was saying that she did not come from a Viscom background, but she got into the media. And for me, I did my Viscom, but I moved away into a different area. So you never know how careers are going to kind of go ahead going in the future. Wonderful. So now, I mean, as all of us know, right, the whole world of careers is really vast. Every stream, be it science, commerce, humanities, have numerous options. Now, to combine to that, there are a whole bunch of new age careers, right? So there's artificial intelligence, machine learning, bioethics, sustainability. And all of this becomes very confusing for a student who's trying to decide on a career option. My name is Pooja Iyer, and I'm the founder and CEO of Aspire Career Advisory. Charu already did a lovely introduction earlier, so I'm not going to go through all of this, but I have personally lived and worked across the world in multiple countries and in multiple industries also. And that's given me a great scope of understanding in the world of careers and how things function. So one of the key things when you're thinking about career planning and what you need to do is understanding the ecosystem, right? Whatever your interests may be, whatever the things are that you like to do, unless and until you have an overview of how the markets are going to function, how the future of jobs are going to look, that could be challenging. Now, for instance, as per a World Economic Forum report, okay, there are 75 million job roles that are going to be declining over the next few years. But there are also another 133 million job roles that are going to be on the uprise, right? So while you're making a career choice, it's very important to have an eye on the future, right? Whatever your interest area is it future compliant? Is this going to be an industry that's growing, moving ahead? Now, let's take the instance of a company called Tesla. I'm sure many of you all have heard of Tesla. This is a company based in the US. They manufacture electric cars. Now, Tesla is a company that's into sustainability. They're looking at manufacturing electric cars. What would you think would be the most number of people that Tesla hires, right? Because they're looking at cutting edge technology, they're looking at automobile engineering. So normally one would think that engineers would be the maximum number of people hired by Tesla. But the fact is, it's actually economists. Tesla actually hires more economists than they hire engineers. Okay. So this is because it is important to kind of predict and understand future trends. And just going ahead, the three main future trends that are coming up in the years ahead. The first one is the gig economy. Now, I'm not sure if many of you have heard of this word, or maybe you have, so I'm just going to explain it quickly. Now, a gigger is someone who offers services to another company, okay, but it's a little different from a freelancer. Now, let's take the instance of a freelancer. A freelancer who is probably good at writing will write for maybe different publications, write for the Times of India, write for Forbes, write for another magazine, maybe do some online content. But a gigger is someone who exchanges multiple skills with multiple agencies, right? So you as an individual person may have an interest in writing, may have an interest in photography. You may want to become an online teacher. You may want to become a YouTuber. You may want to become a developer. In the past, it was thought that a single career, that the career that you start with is the career that you end with. But that's no longer the case now. Okay, so it is possible for each person to have varied interests and use all of those varied interests in multiple ways. Techno-dexterous. What does techno-dexterous really mean? Yeah, we see the word techno there. So the immediate association is, okay, coding or something related to that. Does it mean that everyone in the future needs to know coding? No, that's not what it means. But what it does mean is every industry going ahead in the future is going to be using technology in multiple ways, right? So it's important. So it's not that, for instance, if you become a doctor, you're going to feel like, okay, I'm a doctor, so I don't need to know technology. I just need to know how to work with my patients, right? But thinking about the medical field, a lot of surgeries in the future are going to be performed by robots, right? There's going to be a lot of integration of technology into that. So even if you may come from a field that is not necessarily related to technology, there is a technology integration in each and every industry. So it's important for you, whichever your area of expertise is, to be tech savvy. And another trend is the multiple job roles. Okay. Now, what I mean by this, I'm just going to give you a quick example. Now, in the past, okay, what is this? I'm sure, does everybody know what this is? For some reason, I can't see the chat. Just hold on 1 second. Right? So this is the traditional telephone, correct? So in the past, a telephone was used just to kind of pick up, make a call, and that's it, right? But nowadays, what is the telephone used for? Everything. It's a flashlight, it's a calendar, you use it to make calls also, it's a step tracker, you're doing multiple things on a telephone. right? The functionality has hugely extended. And if you can kind of correlate this to jobs, that's how it is. It's no longer just one particular function that a person has to serve. It has all become multifunctional. Which brings us to the careers of the future. Okay. Now, if I could actually go into it, like Ms. Hema was saying earlier, you will need like a whole day to kind of discuss this. But I'm just going to touch on a few different areas, interesting career options that have kind of come up and that are, looking to be very promising in the future. A machine risk officer. Who exactly is a machine risk officer? Now, as artificial intelligence becomes a part of our everyday lives, okay, it will present more and more challenges that are as of now still unknown to us. So the unintended actions of intelligent machines, right? Imagine the machines have the control to kind of do something, and though it's not intentionally trying to do something, there are going to be instances which could result in dangerous errors. So machine risk officers going in the future are going to be people who will manage the potential risk created by artificial intelligent machines. Okay, so this is kind of understanding the correlation between human and machine trust and how they will kind of come together and work going ahead. We also have someone called a data detective. Now, what could a data detective be? So as we all know, with the Internet of Things, with every device, with social media, with any activity that we do anywhere in the world, everything is being tracked, right? A large, voluminous amount of data is being collated every single day, right? And currently, there is so much of data online that in the near future, companies are going to need data detectives to literally sift through all of this data and generate answers to business questions, and actually make plans for strategy and growth based on the data, right? They're going to examine different data sets, they're going to uncover new sources, and they're going to analyze all of this and bring it together. So pretty much like the word says, it's a data detective because you're analyzing your data completely. Flying car developer. Science fiction has shown us a lot of flying cars. And, back in the day, we always thought that, oh, wow, that's just something for the movies. But unfortunately, or fortunately rather, it's becoming a reality quicker and quicker, okay? There are already a lot of companies that are testing and developing models for flying cars. And just imagine a future where maybe you'll be able to avoid the traffic because you're able to kind of fly over it, right? With flying cars over everywhere. And what is going to be required for this? You will need people with engineering experience, with experience in software development, aeronautics, battery technology, material development, and many positions are going to have to come together to be able to convert this dream of a flying car into a reality. What does that look like? A standing garden? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Vertical farm consultant. Vertical farms are basically how the future of growth is going to look, right? Consumers nowadays want their food to be fresh and delivered quickly. Now, in the future, this is going to be even more pronounced, right? Space is going to become a constraint, okay? And to a large level, you're going to have a lot of climatic changes that are taking place. So it's going to become important to grow food in controlled environments, okay? And at the same time, water is a resource that we have to conserve. So with lesser water consumption, with a controlled environment, so something like what you're seeing in this picture now is what is called vertical farming, which is going to go ahead and become a very common sight in the future. And now we have a neural interface design, okay? Now, I'm sure, again, coming back to this, sometimes it's really amazing when you think about it, that all the things that we saw in science fiction movies, which we always thought was something that was not going to happen, is all bit by bit coming true, okay? So neural interface is when you're using physiological features of the human being, okay? So the electrical impulses that are in the body, the neurons that are in the body, these are used to control and program devices, okay? So for example, you will be creating a computer system which is compatible with the human nervous system, okay? And then you can control virtual and visual objects, you can control prosthetic limbs, and different areas that are going to come into that. Maybe you can detect diseases. All of this is going to come in through what they call neural interface design. And then we have what we call haptic interface design. Okay, again, this is connected to the human body. Okay, how do people interact with the computer through bodily sensations and movements? Okay, now, for instance, you may have seen something, I mean, again, going back to that, you may have seen something where within the skin, they actually are able to embed a kind of system, right? You'll see all these buttons that can be pressed on the hand itself. Of course, now we have Apple Watches, but this is even beyond wearables, where you're going to have something that's integrated within the skin, right? So this is all the future of technology, right? So this is a kind of human and computer interaction where the designer will develop new materials and new programs with responsive textures, and they will create numerous like touch surfaces, wearable surfaces, and this will be used to communicate between man and machine. Now, keeping track of finances is hard now itself sometimes, okay? But if we think about it, going ahead in the future, already a lot of our transactions have come online, right? The dependency on hard cash or currency has reduced a lot now than it used to be before. And going further, it's going to reduce even more, right? Electronic currencies, payment gateways, payment wallets, all of these are becoming a lot more common. Bitcoins, right? So what is happening is there is a lot of potential for money leakage. Okay, because there are multiple ways that money can actually be taken out of the system. And it's very important. And the problem is this becomes very complicated sometimes for the common man to understand in terms of how all of this functions back end. So you will actually need a financial wellness expert, okay, to help people keep track of their digital transactions and make the most of their money. In a similar format, there is something called a chief trust officer. Now, like we mentioned for people earlier, even for companies, it's a similar scenario, right? There is an increase in the number of secret cryptocurrency. The number of transactions that are happening are different. Now, these individuals will be responsible for clearing any kind of doubt or suspicion that may be there and showing investors that the money that they are putting into the company is used with utmost integrity, okay? So a chief trust officer will be someone who can combine financial knowledge with regulatory acumen and be able to deal in cryptocurrencies and other forms of digital transaction. Too many different things, right? But this is basically where the future is going. Personal memory curator. Now, any idea what that could possibly mean? Okay. Now, a personal memory curator is something that will use the experiences of people to create a realistic simulation of their past. Okay, now I'll just tell you in simple language what that means. Okay, all of us have memories, right? When we think back, we all have memories. Maybe we were in school, in college. I don't know how old the whole audience is today, but maybe think of 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we all have memories about this. Now, what is happening is with all the advancement in healthcare, people are living a lot longer, right? The average age span has increased, longevity has increased, but unfortunately, they are unable to keep the memory very good. So once people become a little older, there is a chance for memory loss and all that stuff happening. So what they're saying is they are going to be able to take memories from a person, okay, and convert it into a personal memory. Okay, so before memory failure actually occurs for people, they want to convert this so that each of us still have personal memories in the digital format. Crazy, right? Augmented reality journey builder. Now, I'm sure, so what I'm trying to do, guys, I know today's conference is all about AI and all of us are looking at different areas. And I'm sure you've heard of a lot of, technical roles that are going to be coming in also. But the applications are just mind-blowing if you look at it, right? There are numerous areas in which all of this can really come into play. And my objective really was to kind of go into all of those areas and give you an idea of it. Now, augmented reality journey builder, okay? Now, this will provide for greater entertainment and a greater experience going in the future, right? Through storytelling, you can actually recreate an entire scenario for someone. Okay, now an augmented journey builder can work in any scenario. I'm sure many of you all are looking to potentially, go abroad to study. And when you go online nowadays, you'll see virtual tours that you can take through campuses, right? or if you have to go into a factory nowadays, everything is being recreated online. So even though you're not physically present, and COVID even more so has kind of speeded that whole process for us. So even if you're not physically present somewhere, it is possible for you to take a journey through anything practically, right? So in this job, you will have to bring in some amount of writing, some amount of designing, basically building out a story that you can convey to your audience, okay? So there are so many options that we can really think of, But the real question is, how do you figure out for yourself what then becomes the best area, correct? So what is very important is before you begin this choice of what is the career you're going to ultimately choose, okay, it's important for you to be able to really understand yourself, okay? You need to know what are your aptitudes, right? What are the things that you are naturally good at? Are you someone who has a high spatial reasoning? Are you a creative person? Is your verbal ability good? Is your creative ability good? Mechanical reasoning, right? If you can understand what your aptitudes are, that could be indicative of a potential career choice. The next thing are your skills, right? Obviously, each of us are good at certain things. Like for some of you, PCM is easier, for some of you, PCB, for you, some commerce subjects, humanities. So identify where your skills are in terms of your curriculum and your subjects, right? And then what do you find interesting? Now, there was an interesting incident of a student who came to me and he was very interested in coding, okay? But he hated the thought of sitting in front of a computer the whole day. He loved to be outdoors and do something outdoorsy. Now, there is a clash between his interest and his personality, right? So what do you do in a scenario like that? Okay, but if we look at the careers that we discussed earlier on, there are multiple ways where you can combine different interests and then find the perfect career for yourself. Okay, so these are the 4 areas. So I would say understand your strengths first. Yeah, what is your aptitude? What are your interests? What is your skill in terms of your academic knowledge and your personality? And when you can put all of this together, that will help you decide the right career choice. Not to forget, like we discussed in the beginning, the ecosystem, right? Where is the market or where is the world heading in the next 5 to 10 years? Because by the time you graduate from school or college, it's going to still be a certain duration from now, right? So you have to have a future focus while making a career choice. So at Aspire Career Advisory, that's the company that I run, we spend a lot of time with students helping them understand this process, right? So like I was telling you, all of this stuff, I mean, even if you're not coming to me, I would like you to kind of, spend some time exploring it and understanding it for yourself, because this will help you make the right career choice. Yeah. And then you can also take the support of various assessment tools that are available, right? If you have a certain thought, certain areas seem interesting, but you don't know, or you need to kind of deep dive into new areas, right? Like we spoke about, like the neural processing we spoke about today. What does that really mean? So if someone can sit down and actually explain that to you, then you'd have a better idea of what is the potential prospect in that area and if that would actually suit you or not. Okay, cyber security is another area, right? There is so much of cyber crime that's happening, and every platform online has to kind of secure itself. So I recently did an interview with a cyber security specialist on my YouTube channel, okay? And this will basically, this helps students get an understanding of how the field of cybersecurity works. So if you do have time and if you're interested, do visit my YouTube channel. We have interviews with a number of people, data scientists, cybersecurity. I think for you, right, as students now, the focus has to be on learning and understanding as much as you can, right? And whatever your area of interest is, my personal advice to you is engage with it somehow. Try maybe a virtual internship, try getting a little more into it, maybe do an online course, bioinformatics, if that's something that's interesting to you. Try actually doing a course online, maybe a short, it could just be a 5-hour, 10-hour course. There are a whole Coursera, Udemy, a whole bunch of options available nowadays, because this will help you get engaged with the subject a little and give you a real understanding if that's what's going to be interesting. Because with new age careers, the problem is no one really knows what's happening. See, when you think of a doctor, it's very clear in your mind what a doctor's role is, correct? But if I'm telling you, looking at a data detective, it's not very clear what a data detective does. So unless and until you learn a little more about it, engage with it a little more, that's going to be the best way for you to kind of understand more, yeah? So we also have an Instagram channel and YouTube also. There's a lot of free resources available, a lot of information on a whole bunch of new age careers. If you're interested, do check it out. It could be a lot of valuable information that could come for you. Okay. So yeah, I think that's about it. I'm not sure how we are on time, sir. If you could let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, we could also open it up for questions if anyone wants to like ask me anything or.
Sure. Yes. It's open for question. If anyone would like to ask any question to Ms. Pooja, you can shoot it in the chat box. Also, request Dr. Maharaja to join me on stage to help with the Q&A, or if you'd like to add something more.
For some reason, I can't seem to access the chat box. Yeah.
No, to see the chat box, all you need to do is click on the participants, ma'am, and then if you click the chat box, it will open. When you're on,
okay, done.
Maybe you can.
Okay, I was trying to. Yeah, I can see it now. Perfect. Thank you so much.
In terms of the
okay, cool. I think everyone understood everything very well. So no questions coming in there.
Perfect. So let us like continuing with the presentation that you did. Let's just like have a quick, short couple of questions which I like to ask is like nowadays a challenge that is there in terms of some community of students or certain sections of the society as a whole is like their awareness in terms of different career is lagging. So and they develop a different interest, they develop a different passion, and they have taken their personality to a certain area, maybe till their 20s or 30s or even their 40s. So in such a scenario, if they have to now modify themselves to the new age career or the careers for the future, then what will be your recommendation over there in terms of like, okay, fine, these are the three things, or these are some of the steps that you can take on to reshape yourself, to redefine yourself, and to reinvent yourself for the future career? What will be your suggestions and recommendations?
Fantastic. So the greatest advantage with MOOC or the massive online learning platforms that we have is that every course nowadays, even if you don't go to a college or a university to study it, is available online too. Okay. The first step would be to first identify what could potentially be this area. So suppose you're working in a particular area, you're studying a particular area and you're not finding it interesting. Don't just jump into doing something else. Spend a little time doing some amount of research and understanding what would potentially be the next best area for you. Okay. And before you actually start either working in that space or even studying something, try to do a short, like a lot of companies are offering internships, right? There are virtual internships, there are whole multiple opportunities available. Because I really feel and this is what I was saying earlier, right? Unless and until you can put it into action, you will not be convinced or you will not know for certain that that's what suits you. Okay, so that's what I would say. So do your research, do an internship, and then go ahead to do a short-term course or a long-term course, depending upon your age, to then do the pivot into a different area.
That's a really wonderful answer. So again, let me just have a quick check if we have any questions. I think we do have some questions.
Sure.
Okay. There's one question in terms of like, what will be a recommendation for children to go for a psychometric test?
Would I recommend? See, yeah. So the advantage that is psychometric. What did you say? What age?
What age a child should go for?
Okay. So this would work best after grade 9. So 14 and above. Okay. Children younger than that are still too young to really be thinking on terms of their career. So by the time they reach like their 9th and 10th is when they start thinking about it, when you need to begin your stream choice for your 11th and 12th or your further planning that you need to go ahead. So after age 14 is when it would work well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And another question is in terms of like, high school students getting internship opportunities.
Correct. Yeah. So the thing, this is something, so also with the new national education policy that's come out, the government has asked for a lot more active involvement of students, right? For them to be getting opportunities for projects and internships. Companies at the current moment are a little hesitant to take on school students because they feel it's a huge responsibility when a young child comes into the office. That being said, like we were saying, a lot of different independent organizations are now offering virtual internship opportunities. Like at Aspire itself, we offer virtual internships in 18 different careers, so students can kind of engage with it and try. But besides us, there are multiple other platforms also which offer this, right? Because action is the best way that you can learn. Now, we were talking about YouTube in the previous session. She was saying so many popular YouTubers, and a lot of kids nowadays want YouTube as a career. Okay, but it's very simple when you say it in a word, and it's very and when you actually try to create a YouTube channel, try to create that video, right? So when you're putting it into action, that's when you realize how it works, and there's a reality check. And either you will enjoy the whole process or you'll not, and then you know if that's something you want to go ahead with. So even for high school students, whenever you do, so a lot of times it could also be like with friends or family or networks that you know, where you can kind of reach out to them and ask them. But especially with new age careers, like give it a try, because this is something that's completely untested. It's different waters. And if you can try it and if you like it, then that's great for you.
Okay, and then of course there's also the portion where the students have to manage their studies, their exams, and also the
exactly. Yeah. So nowadays the format, Dr. Maharaja, is not that you'll do 2 months, 3 months, 6 months kind of internships. They've also kind of compressed it into smaller modules so that they're able to go away with some learning, but not have to spend that much time on it also.
Okay, and your organization is also, if I'm right, is offering some.
Yes, we also offer virtual internships. Yes.
Perfect. So then people from the audience who are interested can also contact you. That will be
sure.
So with this, I think we have completed all the Q&A that have come up, and also the questions.
Thank you so much.
With you. So thank you. Over to the MC team now, please.
Thank you, Dr. Maharajan. Ma'am, it's very much helpful for us, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for guiding the career opportunities and actually explaining the real scenario for the next set of future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As a token of love, we would like to present your e-certificate, so please accept it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate this. Great job, guys. This is a humongous event that you all have put together, and hats off to each and every one of you for really making this happen. And it's so much of value to the students. So great job to everyone in the 3G team.
Thank you, ma'am. It's our pleasure. Now we would like to hand over to the next MC, Renu, for the next speaker session.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Charu. So the session with Pooja Iyer ma'am was really great and very informative. So to keep it on moving, we have our next speaker, Mr. BJ Gautam. He is the co-founder of WYM Studio, a creative content studio specializing in audio storytelling and podcast. He hosts one of the top podcasts in India, The Inspiring Talk, reaching over 500,000 people. On this podcast, he chats with top entrepreneurs, best-selling authors, thought leaders, and celebrities about their journey. His podcast has gained wider accolade from his listeners and media and was a finalist for Asia's Best Podcast Award. As India's first podcast coach and consultant, he has coached hundreds of people and helped several organizations launch their podcast. BJ has been featured by national media like The Hindu, Deccan, The Sunday Guardian Live, among others. He is a frequent speaker at conferences and events. Before all this began, BJ was working as a research scientist in a leading pharmaceutical company. He was clearly losing motivation and drive in his life. And that's when he started The Inspiring Talk. Within 15 months of starting his podcast, he quit his job to follow his passion on podcasting and inspiring the people through his podcast. And with this note, I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Renu. Thank you so much for having me here. And I'm really excited to be here with you guys. If you guys can hear me, if you guys can see me, just give me a thumbs up on the chat box. Just type yes on the chat box. I would love to know that you guys are as excited as I am. All right, put it on the chat box. Just type yes on the chat box. I'm really excited to be here. I hope you guys can hear me. All right, and this is going to be, just amazing, energetic session for the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to share with you a ton of insights, and I can see a lot of you are saying excited. Ashok, Murlidharan, Sharon, Ashok, Anjali, Lalita. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here, this afternoon. And let me get straight into this by sharing the screen. I hope you guys can see the screen, right? Just give me a thumbs up once again if you guys can see the screen. And I'm gonna make you guys chat a lot. Okay, you guys are gonna interact a lot. This is gonna be super fun, super interactive, and also you just don't blame me if you learn few things while we are having a lot of fun. All right. On that note, what I'm going to share about in the next 30 minutes or so is about podcasting. What the heck is this thing called podcast that everyone is talking about? And why you should probably look at getting into this as well, how it can probably help you, as student, as somebody who is in career, or wherever you are in this journey, how podcast can probably help you in this. We'll talk about that. All right. So with that, let's get started. Awesome. So I'd like to welcome you guys once again on this session here, and I want to quickly start by sharing a bit about my journey so that you guys know what's been my podcasting journey like, and maybe there are a few things that you can pick from the journey. So in 2017, I worked as a research scientist at a pharmaceutical company, as it was shared on the introduction. So when I was working as a research scientist, I was not enjoying what I was doing, and I wanted to do something, with my life, something different, but I had no clue of what I should do next. And because I was frustrated at my job, I thought, asking these people who have already figured out what they are doing in their life probably help me figure out what I should do in my life as well. And that's how I started my podcast, The Inspiring Talk, in 2017. And when I started the podcast, I started interviewing people, successful people from the different walks of the life, best-selling authors, celebrities, and YouTubers, and all these incredible people. And when I was having this conversation and interview with these people, I realized, this is what I love doing: sharing their story with everyone who want that dose of motivation in their life. And eventually, in 2019, I launched, me and my partner, we launched our own company called Wine Studio, where we work with brands and help them do the podcast. So pretty much I'm a podcast guy. And these are some of the shows that we produce. You can see the one is called Here's of the Pandavas. It's like audio fiction show for the mythology fiction lover. If you guys are the fans of Games of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, I'm sure you guys will enjoy the show that we produce. It's called Here's of the Pandavas. You can find it on Spotify, Geo7, and all these different places. And Stuffed Tales is the other show for the curious mind. If you guys want to know how this whole internet was discovered, or how was that GPS, or how about that air conditioner, right? How these things that we use on a day-to-day life were discovered or innovated. That's what we talk about on the Stuffed Tales. And we do have another show called Can Inspire. This is a podcast where the host Pallavi, she has conversation with people who have either battled or who are going through the critical illness in their life. So these are the few shows that we produce, other than obviously the show that I host myself. All right, so that's pretty much about me and a bit of my journey, but I'm sure you guys will get to know more about me as we go forward. So now, do you guys have any idea on what a podcast is? Let me see if you guys have any idea. Put it on the chat box. Let me know what's your thought on what a podcast is. If you guys listen to podcast, or maybe some of you have heard about this before, but you don't know exactly. Put it on chat box if you guys know anything about podcast. Let me see what is it that. All right. Anjali says it's ideas over sound. All right. What else? I want you guys to participate. Okay, I want you guys to put it on the chat box. Let's make this as interactive as possible so that we all can learn here in this session right now. All right. So podcast is it's the simplest way of putting what a podcast is. It's an audio on internet. That's a podcast, right? So just the way you have a YouTube channel where it's like a video and you can subscribe to it, and you can watch the video content. So podcast is just like a audio content. It's not a YouTube, but it's just like a audio content which you can listen and subscribe to anytime, anywhere. And you can listen to podcast on Apple Podcast, on Spotify, on Google Podcast, on Castbox. If you guys listen to music on Ghana or Geo7, that's where you can find the podcast as well. All right. So these are basically the talk shows where you get to learn about anything that you want to learn about. Let's say you want to learn about art, then go and find the podcast on art. Maybe you want to learn about the podcast on science or health or fiction or non-fiction, whatever that is. You can find the podcast on those topic and you can learn from them. Now, is everyone clear on what a podcast is? Give me a raise your hand and just say yes on the chat box if you guys now have the clarity of what a podcast is. All right, super awesome, great. This is awesome, guys. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that now that you guys have an idea of what a podcast is, and obviously you might have seen. By the way, are you guys? Do we have anyone here who is thinking of creating any form of content, or maybe starting a YouTube channel, or maybe doing a blog post, or maybe starting a podcast? Do we have anyone here who is interested? Just type me on the chat box if you're one of those people who are looking at, creating content in any form. Whether if you are looking at, maybe doing a YouTube or maybe podcast or maybe blog or any form of content, just type me on the chat box. Okay, I can see a lot of people saying that yes, I'm the one of those people who are looking at doing that. Here's the interesting thing about this, right? So there are 600 million blog posts globally, which is almost like one blog post per 7 to 8 people globally, right? Wow, that's a huge number of blogs that are out there, which means it's like extremely overcrowded space. And if you look at YouTube, there are 31 million YouTube channel, which is which still is now crowded space. But if you look at podcasts, there are just 1 million podcasts globally. Just 1 million podcasts globally. I mean, what that means is there is a huge opportunity in podcasts, and the number is growing rapidly. And what supports and and why I'm saying that the podcast as a number is growing is, look at this chart here. From the June of last year to this year, you can see how the whole podcast as a medium has grown like crazy. You can see now that number, this still is the old number, which says like 1 million podcasts. And, just in the past 1 month or so, the number is now 1.25 million, which means now the podcast as a medium is growing crazily. By the way, how many of you notice that now? All right. So how many of you have noticed that how many of you noticed that the JioSaavn and Spotify and Ghana and all these platforms are now saying that check out the podcast. And also, if you follow some of the YouTubers, they have turned into podcasters. Now they have started their audio podcast. Right? How many of you have noticed that? Just raise your hand if you guys have noticed that some of the people, influencers or the bloggers that you have now kind of saying that, oh, I'm going to start a podcast, which is audio only medium. And they are getting into it. Why? Because this is just like, I would love to call it a sunrise medium, because this medium is picking up like really well. So that's there. And in India, it's not only globally, but in India as well, the podcast growth is just phenomenal. But now I'm saying, how many of you have this question right now? Just why? Just type why on the chat box if you guys have this question. Why, BJ? Like, this is the age of video, okay? This is the age where everyone is saying that get into video, create videos. And why the hell? Just type why on the chat box, WHY. Okay, I love that. Why the hell in this world of video, you are coming up here on this event and telling us that go and create an audio? Why the hell, right? I love that. Super. So here are a few reasons why audio in the age of video. The biggest reason why a lot of people are tuning into podcast, which is just the audio medium in the age of video, is number one, it can reach places. Now, what do I mean by that is, when you are listening to podcast, you can do anything else. Like, when you're watching video, you can't do anything. What I mean by that is, when you're listening to podcast, you can, you could be driving, or you could be cooking, or you could be cleaning, or maybe taking your dog on a walk, or maybe going on a jog, or maybe working out. You can always listen to audio. But when you are watching video, you can't do something, because watching is always a primary activity, and listening is always secondary activity, which means people can always consume your content without dedicating their time, 100% of the time, to consume your content, which makes audio as a extremely useful medium for a lot of people to learn and consume the content, especially the people who say that, I don't have time to consume the content and learn. Go and listen to podcasts, all right? When you are driving to your office, or maybe going to your office, whatever you are doing, just plug in on your phone and boom, there you go. right? And then there is a whole new world out there of information that's waiting for you, right? And if you are one of those creators who is thinking of creating podcasts, then what you have is now you are talking to people on audio. And also what that means, and also because of the audio as this medium, what happens is listeners sit through 85% of the content. Now, you see, if I told you guys that the average video length that we watch today is less than 5 minutes, how many of you agree that the average time that we spend on watching video is less than 5 minutes? How many of you agree on that? Even less. Right now, we are talking about 10-second videos, 15-second videos. The average time, if I take, it's 5 minutes. How many of you agree on that, right? Now, the average time that we spend on reading a blog post, that's less than 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. We quickly skim through the blog post and boom, I'm done. I'm just reading the headlines and boom, I'm done. Now, do you want to know the average time people are spending on listening to a podcast episode? That's more than 30 minutes. That's 35 minutes of time. Isn't that crazy? How many of you think that's crazy? Just type crazy in the chat box if you guys think it's crazy that people are tuning into podcast and listening to it for 35 minutes on an average. Now, why? Because again, the same reason, you are not just listening to podcast, you are doing something else. Think about this. If you are taking a dog on a walk, you plug in the podcast, boom. What you are doing, you are taking a dog on a walk, but you are listening to podcast. Now, you are not distracted by the ads. You are not distracted by the pop-ups. You are not distracted by the visual clutter. And you don't have the hurry of, scrolling through your feed, which happens when you are consuming video. But what happens when you're listening to podcast? You are taking a dog on a walk and then you are learning, right? What that makes like this medium extremely powerful, where people sit through the content. Now, you see, I do a podcast myself, which is now 60 to 90 minutes long. And then, when I just ask my listeners, hey, do you think my podcast is really long? And do you sit through the end of the 90% of my listeners came back saying that, no, we don't think your podcast is long. And we listen to your podcast till the end. And that's for the podcast, which is 60 to 90 minutes. Isn't that amazing that people are listening to the long form of content? And when people listen to your content for that long, how many of you think that they are going to have this very strong relationship with you? How many of you think they are going to extremely trust you and believe what you are saying? Because they already trust you. And that's like extremely, there's a huge engagement that's there, right? So that's the second point. And the third one is, now for the brands, right? If you are looking at plugging a brands on your podcast has got a better brand recall as compared to other medium, because you are on earphone and you are paying attention. You see, when you are on someone's headphone on ear, it's like, even though podcast as a medium is a one-to-many, but when that person or your listener plugs that in on their head, it's like you and your listener. That's it. There is no one else. There is no distraction, nothing, because you are on someone else's earphone, and it's like that one-on-one conversation that's happening there. How many of you think that's like, it's just such an intimate form of medium where you are having conversation with your audience, and because of that builds a huge brand recall as compared to any other digital ads, which means a lot of brands are now getting excited about podcasts. So this is like a perfect time for anyone who is looking at getting into podcasts to get into that. Ooh, and also, now, how many of you have thought about starting a YouTube channel and gave up that idea? Because you realize that how much of the equipment and all these crazy things that you would need to create a quality YouTube channel. How many of you gave up on that just because you realize, oh, I need to buy this fancy camera, I need to have a fancy background, and maybe you need to have some hair, or maybe you need to look good, right? How many of you gave up on that idea? I'm one of those people who wanted to start YouTube, and I gave up on that idea because of all these reasons. If you're one of those people, just raise your hand. I want to see how many of you gave up on that dream just because you realize, oh my God, there's a whole lot of things that I need to do this, right? Yeah. I'm one of those people as well. But when it comes to podcast, all you need, even if you want to do a great professional sounding podcast, is just get a microphone. That's it. Just get a professional. You see, now I do the podcast and I have done over 100 episodes, and we do produce a lot of shows that are at Wine Studio. But all I have, ladies and gentlemen, is this three-piece of thing. This stand here, this microphone, and this pop filter, and that's all. And it costs less than 10,000 rupees for all of this. And boom, I have a professional sounding podcast. I mean, as you guys have seen, on the introduction to us, the show was finalist for Asia's Best Podcast Award, #1 in India several times, and right? And all I have invested $10,000. If I had to start my YouTube channel, and I do this from my bedroom. I mean, I don't even have to step outside my home. I do it from my bedroom. So yeah, podcast has got a low entry barrier where, you can get started with like really, really low resources. That's a beautiful thing. And for my friends who are not very comfortable on camera, this is your medium. How many of you are here who are saying that I want to create content, but I don't want to be in front of camera, right? If you're one of those people who are those who don't want to be in front of camera, use your voice. And the power of voice as a medium is you can paint imaginations on people's head. Now think about this: when you're watching video, there is no imagination playing because it's a video that's on your head and it's perceived. But when somebody plays, when somebody listens to the audio, then you are playing on someone else's imagination. Think about a pink elephant. And I'm sure everybody now, all of a sudden, you can see the pink elephant on your head, right? That's the power of audio, because you can paint the imagination and take people on these journeys with your voice. So that's just another thing about podcast. Now, but the question is, Bisa, this sounds great, but how can a podcast help me? Let's say I want to get into podcast. Now, just for me to get a sense of what are the kind of audience that we have here, so that I can probably take more examples, can you quickly put on the chat box, what do you guys do? And it would be great if all of you can do that, because then I can take examples on how podcast can actually help you in whatever you do, right? So maybe if you're a student, just type a student. If you are a professional, then maybe put I'm into this kind of whatever whatever. Okay, so we do have student here. So what else do you guys do? Then maybe I can take some examples on how podcast can probably help you guys and make it more specific to you guys. All right, so I can see a lot of students here. What else do you guys do? Put it on the chat box. I'm waiting. All right, professional. So if you're professional, it would be great if you can say like, okay, this is what I do. Okay. I'm waiting, guys. Come on. You have 1 minute of time. Quickly put it in the chat box. I'm really going to proceed further until you guys put it there. All right. Event anchor, says Rehan. Co-author, says Sharon. Engineer. Awesome. Psychologist. All right. What else? Awesome. So thank you, guys. Writer. So we do have all sort of people, right? We do have professionals. We do have, freelancers. We do have writers. We do have coaches. We do have students, right? I'll try and make it as relevant as possible to all of you guys on how podcast can probably help you in whatever you guys are doing, right? The first thing is, number one thing that it's going to help you is put yourself on the map. Now, you see, all of us, or at least most of us, want to be known and start sharing the ideas and message that we have out to the world, right? How many of you'd like to share your ideas and message with the world? How many of you'd like to share what do you think about certain things in your life and put it out in the world, right? Now, if you have never done anything before, if you have never created any content before, let podcast be that medium where you are putting yourself out on the map, right? You see, I have never created any kind of content before I started my podcast, and podcast became the medium where I started sharing my viewpoint about the things that I cared about, which is, I'm a student of personal transformation. I love talking about the ideas of self-help, and that's what I started talking on my podcast. That's what I started having conversation with my guests. And what that did for me was that kind of positioned me and started saying that, oh, there is this guy who talk about these personal development ideas, and that's how I started putting myself out on the map. So now this is your opportunity to put yourself on the map if you have not done anything, created any kind of content before, right? That's the first thing, that it really helps you get that visibility that you have been looking for when you start creating podcasts. Number two is it helps you build your authority. Now, how many of you think that if you start creating the content on the topic that you're excited about, the people who are going to listen to that podcast are going to think of you highly, and they will think that, oh, this guy is expert on the topic because I hear him talk about these ideas every single week on his podcast? How many of you think that people will think that you are one of those experts? You are that expert who is constantly sharing the ideas and information on your podcast, and people will think, oh, you know what, this guy knows a lot about this topic. Why? Because they are constantly listening to you sharing the ideas ideas and influence there, right? And when people think about you as a thought leader, when they think about you as someone who know what you're talking about, you're on authority in the market, on the space, whatever topic or whatever industry or whatever whatever profession that you are in, people will start thinking of you as an authority in that topic. And when they think about it as an authority, obviously a lot of opportunity comes up, right? And also what happens is your credibility increases, right? A lot of people will start and this is especially for the people who are looking at building the credibility in the market, or somebody who is looking at selling the product and service and stuff like that. People are never going to buy from you people if they don't trust you. Now if you do a podcast, what happens? When people listen to you, they know that you know the things that you are talking about. And when they know that you are talking, what you are talking about, then what they're going to do is it's going to help you shoot your credibility up. They are going to trust you more. How many of you think that you are more likely to trust someone whom you have heard before as compared to someone whom you have never heard about before? Which one, A or B? Person A, you have heard about that person before, or you have you have seen that person's content before, as compared to someone who is like extremely new? A or B? Which one do you think is the one that you are going to trust more, right? And that's how your audience are going to trust you as well, where your credibility is going to shoot up. Yeah. All right, super. So that's the third one here. The fourth one is you are going to build a loyal tribe of people who not only trust you, but these are also the people who think like you. Now think about this for a second. Now, doesn't matter how much you try to showcase out to the world, saying that, you know what, I'm so social, I have this huge friend circle, and all of that stuff on maybe Instagram or Facebook. But at the deep core, okay, most people out there are lonely. They feel like, there are not so many people who feel like me. There are not so many people who understand my story. There are not so many people who think like me. How many of you agree to that statement, that there are so many people who feel that they are lonely even if they have so many people around them, because just people don't understand them, right? Now when you share your ideas and insights and thoughts and story on the podcast, and the people who are listening to you, they consider you as a friend, because you are sharing your story. And when you talk about the things that you want to talk about and share your story, or maybe have conversation with someone, then people will think like, oh, there is this some guy or gal who thinks like me, who kind of gets me, and who is kind of helping me in this journey by sharing these ideas and insights. And what that does is that brings your audience back to you every single week, where they want to consume your content and listen to you. And what that does is people start trusting you, and you will build a community of people who are interested in the certain topic. For example, if you want to do a podcast on let's say whatever topic, let's say if you want to do a podcast on around motorcycling, let's say, the people who listen to your podcast are the people who are extremely passionate about motorcycle, and you are forming a community of people who are extremely passionate about motorcycling. Or if you do a podcast about painting, then the people who listen to podcast are people who are passionate about painting, the people who think like you, right? And these are the people, then you are forming a community of people who are painters, right? Then you're building a loyal tribe of people who trust you, and that only keeps growing with every single time you keep sharing your ideas and insights over there, right? So the fifth one is you get access which otherwise is not possible. What do I mean by that is, think about this for a second. If you wanted to reach out to the people in your industry, or let's say if you are a student, if you wanted to reach out to people in the industry, or the in the professional work, or from the top corporates, and how and then want to get access to those people, maybe need help in your career, or maybe you just want to network with them so that you might need their help in the future, it's very difficult for you to do it otherwise. Now think about this. Let's say you do a podcast and you reach out to any people that you want to get access to or get in touch with. You tell them, hey, I do this podcast and I would love to interview you on my podcast. And it's very likely for the person to say yes. The person that you see on the screen is a billionaire, Naveen Jain. This guy, he is sending rockets to the moon. And there is no reason, there is no way that I could ever get on a call like this with Naveen Jain to have a conversation with him. But here we go. I told him, hey, I do this podcast and I want to interview you. And there we go. Because he saw that, oh, there is this platform where I can go and share my story and reach out to possibly more people. Then why not, right? And then you get the opportunity to people like, Naveen Jain or whosoever you want to bring and have that conversation. You not only have access to these people after you interview, then you build a relationship with them. Then you see now your own influence is growing because you are constantly associated with these people and you are constantly hanging out with these folks, right? So that's another beautiful thing about podcast, where you get access to people which otherwise is not possible for you, right? Are you guys with me? Just type with you on the chat box if you guys are still with me. If you guys are getting some value here, just type with you on the chat box. Just type with you on the chat box if you guys are still with me, if you guys are getting some ideas here. Yeah, awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Now, yet another one is, if you are somebody who is extremely passionate about learning, then here we go, right? So you can learn deeper. Now think about this. If you like for example, I'm extremely passionate about personal transformation as a topic. When it's about how I can be better version of myself, those ideas fascinate me, whether it's about emotional health, or whether it's about spirituality, or whether it's about mental health, or whether it's about being more productive, or whether it's whatever the topic is. Then what I do on my podcast is I go and find the best person that I can learn from, and then I bring them and ask all the questions that I have. I'll give you an example here. So with the lockdown, I started meditating, right? I have been on and off meditator for past 3 years, but with the lockdown, I started being more regular with the meditation. After doing 15-20 days of meditation, I use this app called Insight Timer. And there is this man, on that app, there is a teacher, meditation teacher on that app, who has got a lot of different meditation things. And I really, so I really kind of, got fascinated with the ideas that the meditation that he was making us do. I reached out to him and I said, his name is David J. And I said, David J, I love meditating on, on your guided meditation on Insight Time app. I would love to interview you, and would you be interested? And he said, yes. And I got him on the show, and then boom, there you go. I asked him all the meditation questions that I had, like, hey, is this the right way to meditate? How long should I meditate? What should be the frequency? What are the different ways? Everything that I wanted to learn about meditation, I learned from the best person who could guide me. Now, how many of you think that's a great way to learn about anything, right? You can get access to any of these folks. Just go ahead and ask them, hey, can I learn this from you? And boom, there you go. And you have these people at your disposal. And like, I would have probably never learned about meditation, even if I had read 10 books, which I could do in that one conversation, because when you interview someone, they give you knowledge which is a distilled knowledge, which they will give you the best pick, right? Because when you say interview, they want to give the best ideas out there in the world. And just because they want to give the best ideas in the world, then you are learning so much. You see, that's another beautiful way to learn. If you want to learn about what's happening in your industry, let's say if you are into artificial intelligence and machine learning, and you want to know what's happening in the AI and ML world, I don't know how much you can keep up with the journals and stuff like that. Go and talk to these people who are already building things in AI and machine learning or digital marketing, or maybe, sales, or whatever the topic, whatever the things that you want to learn about. Go and talk to these people and pick the knowledge firsthand. That's what I'm talking about, right? How many of you think that's a beautiful way to learn? Just type beautiful on the chat box if you think that's a beautiful way to learn, which is not only from the books, but from the people who are already doing things on that space. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right. So I think, I think that's my time, guys, 30 minutes. But again, obviously, there's a hell lot of things that I could share with you guys. But for those of you who want to deep dive and, get into the detail of okay, Vijay, tell me more about the podcasting and, how can I get involved into this? I just gave you, on the time that we have 30 minutes, that's all I could share with you guys. There's a whole lot of things that I want to share with you guys. So if you guys want to dive deep and learn more from me, then you guys can come and hang out with me for 2 hours this Sunday, absolutely for free. And I'm going to go in super depth about all the stuff. So if you guys have any questions, put them right away. I can help you guys with questions. So I think a link will be on the chat box as well. So you can click on that in register, and then I'll see you guys on Sunday on this 2 hours free workshop. I'll see you guys, and I'm going to go super deep, right? But yeah, I mean, there's a hell lot of things that I can share with you guys So if you guys have any question about that, if you guys have any question about this, then I will be more than happy to answer those for you guys.
Well, I would request Dr. Maharaja to join us on stage to handle the Q&A and also to thank Vijay Gautam.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, also you guys can find me on Instagram, hit me up and through email or Instagram. I'd be happy to help you guys with any question that you guys might have. So Pooja says, do we need special audio equipment for podcast? All right. So if you just want to get started, then you don't. But if you really want to sound professional, then yes, I would recommend to get a microphone, right? So that's the bare minimum that you can have, which is a microphone. Just get a microphone. Boom. That's all you need. Connect your microphone to laptop, start recording, and then boom, then you can, put it out there. So yeah. So if you want to make a professional thing, the answer to that is yes.
Perfect. So let me just check. And the next question, a follow-up question for that is, what will be the budget for a podcasting equipment?
So budget for that would be, as I already mentioned, 7 to 8K is all you need to invest on the equipment and stuff if you want to do the professional stuff. But again, as I said, I'm sure, all of us do have these things here, earphones, and all of these earphones do have this stuff, microphone, right? So just use this if you don't want to invest anything in the equipment, and it's absolutely cool to start with that. But again, like if you guys want to invest on the equipment and stuff, and if you guys are serious, then get the equipment and stuff. That will cost you what I think 7-8K to get the setup like the one that I have here.
Perfect. That'll be perfect. So any other questions from the audience? If it is there, please do type it in the live chat, and we'll quickly have time for 1 or 2 questions.
All right, very good, sis. Thank you so much.
There's a question that I have.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's as questions keep on coming up over there. So like one thing that's really seeing up a upward wave right now is like how do people position themselves in their career? Okay, when I'm saying this, like it can be for self-employed people, freelancers, or even students, or people who are looking for a career switch and all those things. Of course, you have covered it in your presentation also. I'd like to, like maybe rephrase it and share it in terms of like how can people take in, like, blogging is already something that people know, which they take and they post blogs so that adds up to their resume and their CV when they apply for a job.
So yeah, I think here we go. So here's the very interesting thing. I think I'm so glad that you asked that question, because this is going to be very relevant to everyone who is looking for job. It's interesting that I was having a conversation with one of my students who have learned podcasting from me a year, I think couple of months back. And he wrote to me this morning saying that, Vijay, I got a job because of the podcast. And I said, wow, that sounds interesting. Tell me more. And he said, with the COVID, you know what? I lost my job with the COVID because of the, whole the crisis situation. The company was downsizing and they had to let me go. And for the first 4 months, I was looking for a job, applying all over the places, but I couldn't find a job. Right. And then I thought, you know what, I will start a podcast and maybe I can build those connections with people and find the job. So that's why, I took up the podcasting and then I started a podcast. And then I interviewed founders of the marketing company. So this guy is a marketing professional, right? So he said, he started interviewing founder of the different marketing companies. And he invited those, founders of the different marketing companies. And then he would softly tell them that, oh, by the way, I'm also available for the opportunity if you guys have any opportunity at your organization. And he would softly pitch them on those conversations, telling that, hey, if you're looking at someone who is looking for the marketing, I'm looking for the opportunity. And he interviewed some guys, a co-founder of one company, and after that interview is done, 1 month later, which is I think 3 months after starting his podcast, 1 month later, those guys got back to him saying that, oh, we do have opening at our organization. Do you want to come and join us? And then that's how he joined at that organization. And I think that's such a beautiful story of so again, you see people. So here's the biggest problem in the job market, right? Organizations are looking for the candidates and they don't find the right kind of candidates, and candidates are looking for the job and they are not finding the job, right? And the people who do have job, they want to give job to someone whom they trust and whom they know and whom they think that, this guy can do well. And when you do podcast, you are already showing and telling them that I am one of those people who think differently. And when you interview them, you are building that trust. and you have bonded with that person, and it's easier for those people to make that decision and say yes to you because you have already built that trust and relationship with those people. So yeah, if you are one of those people who are looking at either doing the career switch, then I would say start a podcast, start interviewing people on the different career that you want to jump into, and start forming those relationships. Because at the end of the day, when you start interviewing people, it's a relationship that's going to really help you in the whole job thing, right? So I think that's how you can use in the job. If you are searching for a job, or if you are looking at switching the career, or if you're just generally, if you are students. Now, for the people who are in colleges right now, if you are in third year and fourth year, or maybe in the first or second year of MBA or whatever you are doing, now if you start podcast today and then do it for 1 year and then interview all these different cool people from the different organizations, right? Then now you have so many people in the industry, then you don't have to go asking for job. People want to come and offer you job because you are so active out there doing a lot of different things already and building your own name out there in the market, right? And you are basically increasing your value, and that really adds not only to your resume, but also now people want to come to you and offer you those job opportunities because you have built that connection, and you have invested in that network. And also on top of that, you are getting the actual industry learning from these people. What you are learning at the college right now is probably something that that has been written and done years back. But when you communicate with people, when you interact with people, when you converse with these people who are in the industry right now, they give you fresh and new thing, right? You are learning, networking, and creating this opportunity for the future. So yeah.
Exactly. So that's a wonderful, sharing of real life experience also. Thanks again, Vijay, for coming over, accepting our invitation and coming over and doing this comprehensive session on podcasting. And I also recommend to all the attendees and the viewers to check on Vijay Gautam through his online presence, especially his Instagram and other presence, where he keeps on sharing a lot of relevant and useful information. With this, I'd like to now, pass it on to the MC team.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The session was really great and mesmerizing. Vijay, sir, it was really great.
Thank you so much, Renu. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And sir, to value your time and this wonderful session, we have an e-certificate for you. And I would request our MC team.
That's
this
awesome.
Is for you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thanks for having me here, and I really enjoyed doing this, and I hope it was of value to you guys as well. Thanks for being here and spending this time this evening with me. And thank you guys for doing what you guys are doing. Really appreciate it.
It was really great, sir. Thank you.
Awesome.
So to keep on moving, I would hand over the conference to my co-MC, MC Manoj. Over to you, Manoj.
Yes, thank you so much, Renu. And once again, thank you for all the attendees.
Can you turn off here and turn on your video again? Yes, perfect. Yeah.
Now it's visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I think Manoj, you have the bandwidth issue.
It's my honor, and
if you want, you can turn off the video in case if the voice is still breaking.
Yes, sir. Yes. Now it's my honor and privilege to welcome our next speaker, who is going to add massive value on the topic career guidance. If I have to say about this wonderful speaker, she is an assistant vice president at United Techno. Currently, she is working as director in United Techno Info Systems, which is an IT company, adding 125 people in India and US. She has dedicated herself for transforming women and empowering children. She has performed numerous motivational speeches at various schools and colleges. She strongly believes that it is the young minds that will shape the future of India. She has received Women Achiever Award from the Ministry of Women and Child Development in 2016 and many more. With that short introduction, please help me welcome the
All right, I would like to welcome Vijay Lakshmi ma'am onto the stage, and thank you so much for your patience, waiting for quite a long time, ma'am. We are really inspired and we are eagerly waiting to hear your talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is clear.
Yeah, hi, good evening all. And this is Vijay Lakshmi Devrajan, and I think you got my introduction. I work as an AVP for an IT company. And today I took a topic called career guidance. The importance is like, so I'll start with a small example. We have posted an ad for hiring 15 freshers, just 15 freshers. We posted an ad in Naukri, and we got a huge response of 2,700 in almost 4 days. Just in 4 days, we got 2,700 response. But it's pity that we could not select 15 candidates from this 2,700. And we were able to select 4 people and we offered them as of now. So I just want to start with this note, like where we are lagging. What is the problem for the students today to excel in an interview or to get a job is becoming a big problem. Why they don't get a job? Why so many unemployment is going there? Across India, if you see, almost 30 lakh students are coming out every year. Is there 30 lakhs job in the country? No, we have to go for the job. We have to search for the job. For that, I thought like career guiding you will be a better option of doing everything else. So as a student who's coming out of college, what you should have, what you should know is what today we are going to see. So first of all, the student, whoever it is, let it be an arts and science college or an engineering college. See, the problem there is no career goal. No one is having a goal setting in them, and they don't have proper plan for the future. They don't know. See, in India, they have taken a census. So why these people are not placed? So 84 percentage of the students, and this has been taken across world too. 80%, 84% of the students had no goals set for themselves. I don't have a goal. I'm just going to complete my graduation. If someone is going to give me job, let them give. Or else I'm not going to. I'm going to stay, keep trying. And today in this 2,700 resumes, I can see 2016, 2017, 2018 passed out. And what they were doing for the past 5 years. I'm really surprised to see. And this 84% have no goals and they know what to do, what they have to do. And 13% had some goals, but it was not written. When we write our goals, what we are going to do when we enter into the college, and we have to fix a goal. What I'm going to do after this? What is the plan? If at all you set up a goal, then you're going to reach the top. Out of 100%, only 3% had set a goal. Just 3%. It's a very less number comparatively across, you see, across the world. Okay. So the main first thing for everyone is goal setting. We have to have a goal, what we are going to do, what I'm going to do after my graduation. And you have to be visionary, what I'm going to do. I'm sure like I'm going to get settled in an IT company. I'm sure that I'm a mechanical guy. I'm going to search for a mechanical job. I'm a BCom candidate. I'm just going to settle in the bank. But today, you need a post graduation. In certain graduates, maybe the commerce, maybe the arts and science, they prefer post graduation. And you can see many engineering graduates. I don't know why they take engineering and they do MBA. What made them to take engineering, and what is making them to choose MBA, which is different, which is no way connected with engineering. And we saw when we interviewed, we saw what is the problem with the students. What is the problem today? What we have to prepare. See, every company they call us, they come for a campus and they'll ask us to prepare an aptitude, logical, communication, all this checking. Students are not very comfortable about this. But no other go. See, when we test your logical skills, we'll be knowing how far you can do. See, today I selected a candidate based on a 1 year logical reasoning percentile. She has got almost 4 out of 5. Excuse me.
Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Sorry for the interruption. And so I want to select her because she has got 4 out of 5 in the logical reasoning and the aptitude too, but she doesn't have any programming skills. I was very happy. Like, I promise, like any candidate who's very good in logical and aptitude, they can surely pick up and do well. This is the reason we hired her. So all the engineering graduates across India, what I want to tell is like, you prepare yourself for the next job, whatever it is. If you're going to be a civil guy, if you're going to be a mechanical guy, you're going to be an IT, CS, EC, all this IT, CS, ECE, EEE will be looking for the same kind of jobs. If they don't get a job in their sector, they jump into IT sector. And probably, I don't know why students take E&I and ECE. When you take in graduation, you should evaluate how many number of companies are there in India, across India, for me to get a job. This you should be very important. That is a very big problem which is going on. See, every college has 300 students which is coming out every year. Let it be an engineering or an arts and science college. So, for example, you take a state like Tamil Nadu, we have 653 colleges. So into 300, you can see how much students are coming. 1,80,000 and all. Where is the job for them? So unless you set your goal, prepare yourself, will not be getting a job. And today, for all the students like CS, ET, IT, ECE, EEE, I would actually advise them to please prepare yourself for C, C++, .NET, Java, and some on PHP. Cloud is growing well. AWS is what they say, and Google Cloud is there. And this is all booming. And apart from this, the trending technology now is booming. So many people would have not heard about technology called Boomi. Boomi is a part of, you would have heard about the company called Dell. Dell is a company which does Boomi projects. And Boomi is very simple to learn. Any student who has a small Java knowledge, not even an excellent vast knowledge, can go through this Boomi technology. There is some 4-5 certifications you can get into an IT company easily. I'm saying across next 2 years, this Boomi recruitment is going to be very huge. And of course, kind of companies like Infosys and CTS are hunting for Boomi technology. And of course, we are also, hiring lots of Boomi technology students. So the name is Boomi, please remember, and you have to prepare yourself for that. And then cloud computing, it's growing faster. Cloud computing, lots of projects are coming inside India, and please start preparing for that. And then you have Salesforce. Salesforce is also in technology. It's not anything related to particularly going and selling something. Salesforce is vast, and any candidate. See, today I've hired a mechanical candidate because I said, why you did in mechanical and you want to go for an IT company? He said, no, I was forced to do mechanical because of my family background. And then by my interest, I did this course and I'm working in this company. And since the company is going to close due to the pandemic situation, I'm just looking out for a job. And I was very impressed because this guy, though a mechanical guy, he has prepared himself for the next level, what he has to do. And then comes to the arts and science students. Arts and science students mostly don't have a plan at all. Mostly if you see all the BAs, all the BCAs, all the BCom will be planning for a PG. Of course, those days when plus 2 was higher, then we went to graduation. Now it's post-graduation. And without post-graduation, we can't do anything. So please plan yourself to do a post-graduation, which will be helping you to get a job. That is very important for us. Post-graduation can be like BCS, BSc. IT students surely go for MCA. All the IT companies are looking for MCA students rather than engineering students because engineering students sometimes they don't set their goal and they want to go for further studies. But MCA students, you people gently don't have an option and you'll be settled down well. And the other problem is like lots of people doesn't have a knowledge of all these job portals. Of course, we get response in the Naukri, and you have to build yourself in LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one good platform where you can find your place. See, because we always trust any student who is coming through LinkedIn will be very qualified, very mature student, because LinkedIn is not like kind of other social medias like Instagram or Twitter or Facebook. It's a professional platform where lots of people will be there from lots of companies. You can even interact with some CEOs. You can even interact with, see, I get inbox, I get lots of messages from freshers. Being an AVP, still I reply them because they don't know what is the position. They would like to get a job. So you have to have your LinkedIn profile built up well professionally, so that surely the company will look into your LinkedIn profile rather than having the other social media platform to get a job. In the job perspective, you should have. And other than that, job portals where you can get a job. See, Naukri you have, Monster you have, Freshers World you have. And some of these companies are giving free test. We always say go for the free test, equip yourself, do yourself, and prepare yourself. Those days we had lots of IT training companies, or we had lots of ECE related training companies. You had lots of CAD companies which was training students, and mechanical we had lots of companies. But today if you see, all these training companies are shut down because I don't know, one point or the other, students are felt they can learn themselves and they can prepare themselves. I really don't know where this problem came off, or where this point came off. And today that's why we are struggling to see, we appreciate learning yourself and trying to get a job. That is really appreciable. But certain level, you have to be trained professionally. Then you'll be knowing what you have to do, or else you'll not be getting a job. That is a big problem here. See, this 2017, the students are jobless today. See, for me, for just an ad, I got response of 2,700. If I open next week, it will be going to 6,000. Just think of other companies. So for one company, 6,000 applicants. Think of other companies where so many will be there and they'll be trying to get a job without any additional skills, which is not possible at all. Without any additional skills, with your only graduation, you'll not surely get a job. And if at all you're searching in a platform kind of Naukri, use keywords particularly where you can find an apt job for you. Particularly if you see you're very much interested in, for example, CAD, if you're very much interested in designing, technical designing, you just put the keyword. I know all these mechanical guys will be interested either in the real-time company jobs or any artistic kind of jobs. You have to get into that and see whether really I'm going to fit into this job. There are lots of jobs posted in each and every platform. You have n number of job portals now. Those days we had only some 5 to 6 portals. Today you have n number of portals and you can go post yourself, prepare one resume which is very attractive, very good. You should have everything. Don't copy the resumes. Don't copy from others. See, resume is yours. It is yours, about you. And it has to be about you, not about others. So I can see always a pattern like starting from name, my objective, and then the academic percentages, what they have done, and then everyone will put what they know. But if you go and ask them whether they know really what they have mentioned, they'll say no, they don't know. And then why then we should mention all those technologies? Whatever segment it be, let it be into mechanical, let it be into arts and science, let it be. Someone would have put tally. They would have not known tally in the real time. They'd have just studied or just attended some workshop. How can the company trust and take if they doesn't have anything? That's a big problem, which is going on. People doesn't go through properly, get into that and see what is that I need. One point, first thing is preparing your resume. It's your resume about yourself, so it has to be very good. You put whatever words you want in a professional way. Don't copy it from others. I want to say this, please don't copy. We are tired seeing same kind of resumes from multiple people. And we get attracted with the resume sometimes. You won't believe certain candidates will not have any additional technical expertise. But we'll take him for the way he has prepared his resume, he or she has prepared his resume, because which will be very impressive. So we'll be thinking like this guy can do anything. He can take it as in competitively. He can take it and he can surely do it. This is what we feel generally if we see an impressive resume. If at all we see something which is bored, we'll see this guy has copied, this girl has copied the resume, and you know, today, we had a conversation, and one of my colleague was saying we'll have an online test. See, we are still in the work from home. We are not going to the office. So what he said, what one of the managers said, why don't we keep an online test? And one of the other managers said, surely they'll Google and clear it. They'll Google the question and clear it. Then the other manager said, yes, Googling is also, Googling, taking the answers in the prescribed time is also a talent. Let it be copy. But he has a talent of exactly searching the question and taking the answer and completing it in 45 minutes, all the tests. It is also a skill, is what he said. And we went for it. We went for it. We did an online test. And it was surprisingly, we know some people did Google. And because we were they were sharing the screen, we were able to see. And
Nandini, is her voice audible?
Hello, ma'am. Vijayalakshmi, ma'am. I think you're not audible.
I think she would have got disconnected. She's still here. Yes, ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry. Hello?
Yes, you can continue.
Yeah, sorry. There was some...
You can continue.
The rain is coming and the net is getting disconnected. I'm sorry.
We understand that. You can continue, ma'am.
Yeah. And we got impressed and we started, selecting those candidates, and we are going to hire them because we were impressed the way they prepared they completed the test. And second thing is, the objective should be very good. The objective, what you're going to mention in the title, should be really good. And have a good network. You should always have a good network. A candidate, if at all I'm a candidate, I have 5 friends. Surely I should take some inputs from at least 3 friends. They should be very good in knowing what we have to do and what we have not to do. And there should be people who to guide you. So you should have a person that is called a good network. And how to face in the crowd. So when we go for an interview, sometimes we have a panel for interview. 3 to 4 people will be handling the interview for the students. Don't get feared. Don't get feared. You think as if no one is in front of you and only one person is asking you questions, and you can continue answering. You should be very confident in answering, and you should not fear of the crowd. See, the other person may not be so good in certain things which you know. Okay, right? But be confident and answer whatever you know. That is what they need. But don't ever stop and say, I'm sorry, I cannot continue. And be a good listener. When they put you questions, please listen to it properly and answer properly. And if at all you're not going to listen to it and answer, the answers may go irrelevant and they get pissed off. If you go for a campus, and there will be few thousand people will be waiting for the job, and the HR team will be calling every 20 or 100 or 50 members and see how will be the response, how the patients will be among the team. So you have to be a good listener what they're saying, and you have to go with that. And second thing is, answer appropriately. Don't answer unwantedly, whatever is not relevant. Please answer appropriately. And don't mug up about yourself. When we say tell about yourself, there is one format which every college will teach and the students will be. I'm asking about yourself. I'm not asking you to, mug up something and say. This is a big problem. So when someone asks you to introduce yourself, it's about yourself and not mugging up about others. And don't give a common answers like, I'm so-and-so, I'm son of, all those stuff. You say what are you, what you want to become as, what is your future plans, and where you want to go. So surely they'll take it very sportive. And second thing is, I just want to give you an example. We met a candidate who was UG, he was a BCA candidate, and he had a 2 years of break in his career. And see, there is no reason to hire him. Naturally, when we get, I'm saying about 1 year back story, when we get so many profiles, why I'm going to take him? That is I don't have any necessity to take him, right? So still, I want to meet him. I know he found interesting, and he did this test well. So I met him. I asked him. So tell me, why you want to get you into an IT company? You had a break. You were taking care of your father's business, and you don't want to do any IT. And why you want to? He said, "Ma'am, I realized everything. I lost everything in these 2 years. Now I have equipped myself, and I hope you got my feedback about my technical interview. If you're really impressed with the performance, you give me a chance. I'll surely do well." But I said, no, we don't take BCAs. We hire only. This was almost 1.5 years back. We hire only engineering graduates or MCAs. Then he said, no, ma'am, you give me a chance. I'll prove it. You give me a chance for 6 months. I'll prove it. And then today, you won't believe, he is one of the top employee of the company, and he is the person who is directly interacting with the clients. And the clients are very happy about this candidate. We thought he's in UGN, he can't do anything. He cannot, he is not even lesser than an MTech or a, NCA candidate. He's more than them. And he got 4 times the best employee performer award. And this is what everyone is looking at. So everyone need to prepare yourself. Now, I think whatever is important I have shared to you. And I would like to take some questions if you have. I can answer for some questions. I think that will be more useful. If at all you have some questions, please ask.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Nandini, you can help her with the questions if the audience has any questions over there.
Sure. So, ma'am, could you please let us know? See, this way is very much kind of interactive session is going to be very much helpful for people. So, how do they get that confidence while attending an interview? So, this is one of the most asked questions. So, I would want you to throw some light on this.
You want to know how should they improve or how do they get?
No, how do probably you can also say about the improvement part. Okay, so for few of them, they don't even have the confidence to face the interviewer, right? So in that case, the interviewer might ask some questions by which they get nervous to the core. So how do they have to get rid of that?
It's just take a break for 2 minutes. Ask them, can I take a break and come back and prepare yourself and get in. No interviewer will say you should not go out. That is not a school at all. Or take a break for 1 minute in that particular area. Ask for a time. Many candidates have done this. It's always been when they meet a top-notch top management people. It's quite natural like candidate will behave so, and maybe the person who is interviewing should at least understand and say, ask them to relax, or the candidate can ask them they need to relax and they can really take their time. Of course, this is going to be, if at all he's going to perform, he's going to get a job. He can't sit with nervousness and he'll not be able to perform. Instead of that, he can quietly ask what he can do, and he can relax himself and confidently face the interview.
That's okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. In that case, okay, what would be your suggestion for people who are attending the interview for the first time, for the very first time?
Yeah. See, that's what I said, no? The intro should be really good. It should not be a kind of mug-up, right? Usually we say, I'm from so-and-so. All those mug-up criteria should not be there. Introduction should be about them, and it should be very impressive. They can even say there about their future plans, where they want to be, why they are trying for this job, what the way they want to settle down. And so when they talk so confidently, see, this job may be in their plate or not. The answer should be very confident. That is what I'm saying. Completely, she or he can introduce completely what is their expectation, what is their future plans. So the many interviewers will get impressed. The candidate is so brief about themselves.
Wonderful, ma'am. Wonderful. So what can be the answer for salary expectation? Because most of them used to ask us what should we answer for that?
Yeah. See, you see, even today the certain companies start from 1.2 lakhs. Certain companies start from 3.5 to 4 lakhs. That is a big problem. But the companies who have started, see, for example, in my company, the person whom I took for 10,000 before 6 years, today is earning 15 lakhs. Can you believe this? Because of his performance. So it's quite natural. Before going for an interview, you should Google about the current trend of salary, and even you should Google about the company. Surely there is lots of reviews found about the company, and so that, and there will be an expectation for the candidate. Of course, you can come out with the expectation. The company will come out with what they can give. It can be mutual among them. If it is okay for him, he can take it, or else he can say, as per the company, if at all he needs a job first and he's not bothered about the salary.
Wonderful, ma'am. Okay, what do you think about the new age careers? So what is your opinion about the new age careers, like, the YouTubers and all these things are, coming up so well. So how do you compare that with the conventional jobs?
I would like to say, like, YouTubers, all this is, it's very high, going very vast. And one day we'll not be able to pick which is best. So always we should have a separate career. There should be two careers. You be a YouTuber, that's not a problem, but you should have a career. But the future is going to be this social media, tie-ups. This is going to be the future. That is very clear. But still, any person who is going to take it up, they should have two options, because the world is so competitive.
That's very true, ma'am. As you said, like, the passion can be one of the careers, and other career can be for profession, right? So both of them will definitely give hand in hand and go hand in hand to help them. Anyway, thank you very, very much, ma'am. And do we have any more questions here? Let me also check. Okay, so we do have some, live going on, and also these are the questions which we had, in the previous session as well. When they asked for, career guidance and all those stuff. So I just wanted to quickly ask you then. All right, superb. Okay, so then I think, we are done with the questions as of now. And for everyone's, point of view, I also wanted to reiterate one thing and highlight a point that, Vijay Lakshmi ma'am is a Women Achiever Awardee and honored by our former president. So she's also the Assistant Vice President, HR and Operations, United Techno. And we are very much happy that, you are part of this particular conference, ma'am. Thank you very, very much. I know how busy you are. I know how busy you are, and how, you always have so many schedules, but despite of all those things, you have come here and given us all this wonderful information. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. All the best to all the budding people.
Wonderful, ma'am. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And people who would like to get connected with
yeah, they can Google about me as Vijay Lakshmi Devarajan. That is my Facebook ID, and Vijay SCDL is my Instagram and Twitter ID. If you Google about Vijay Lakshmi Devarajan, you'll be getting all those details.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And may I request the technical team to go ahead with the certificate, and can I request the MC to take it forward?
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. This is an acknowledgement of your time and presence here. And thank you very, very much once again, ma'am.
Thank you. All the best. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So handing it over to the MC.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vijay Lakshmi ma'am, for your amazing value addition. And the session was really very, very informative. We all got great insight from this wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much once again for your fantabulous session. Now, moving ahead, we have still amazing speakers lined up. For that, I would like to hand over it to our next MC, Sushma.
Yes, over to you, Sushma. You can take it forward.
Yes. Thank you so much, MC Manoj. Yes, so moving ahead, we have an amazing set of speakers coming in on topic of empower skill set to stay relevant for future jobs by Mr. Rajesh Gupta. So Rajesh Gupta is a career strategist, positive life coach, counselor, and psychotherapist. Experienced career coach with demonstrated history of working in the career management industry. Skilled in career coaching, psychotherapist, hypotherapy, life coaching, and parenting. Strong counseling service professional with qualification of MA, MS in counseling and psychotherapy, MBA, and MS. So it's our privilege and honor to have you on this call, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking. Good evening to all my friends who are listening me and who are attending this conference. Welcome. Welcome, my friends. I just want, whenever I interacted with any person, I categorize him in two categories, either winner or loser. Can you type in chat box if you are a winner or loser? Yes, 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 yes. I'm expecting all those participants, all those winners, they type winners. No winners here? No winners here? Yes, type Sushma is winner. Yes, Aprajita is winner. Yes, Sharon is winner. Oh, well, girl, Nivedita is winner. Well done, full of winners. Yes, Anjali is winner. So, well, my friends, my topic today is only for the winners. My topic, yes, Vardarajan is also winner. Who else is the winner? So I may presume that there are only 5 or 6 winners in the group. Oh, well done, well done. Kani Moses also, yes, welcome, winner. Oh, welcome. Murli Dharan is also winner. Lalita is also a winner. So I'm glad that today I'm talking to winners. Well, my friends, whenever I categorize a person, I always categorize him as a winner or a loser. Well, there is hardly any difference between winner and losers. But yes, once you are established yourself as winner, yes, Sujit Kumar Shah is also winner. Good. Full of winners, team of winners. Yes. So I was telling, once you establish yourself as a winner, you cannot remain winner for the whole of the life. For example, the Nokia was once a top leader in the mobile industry, but it is now more. It is a follower. It is trying to follow it. The reason, they have not done research to stay updated. So, well, my dear friends, I'm proud that today you are winner. But yes, how to remain relevant to your future jobs, that will design how much relevant you are to the future jobs. Do you want to remain ready for the future jobs? Type ready. Type ready. Type ready. Whosoever wants to be ready, yes, type yes. Otherwise, I feel that you do not want to upskill yourself to be ready. Yes, Muralidharan wants to be ready. Who wants to be ready? I can promise you, if you attend my program for half an hour, it will prove to be a turnaround strategy for yourself. Well done. Well, very good. So only 3% wants to be ready. Well, dear friends, our upskilling is not a static. It is dynamic, keeps on changing every second. Yes, Hemlata is also want to be ready. Well done. Very good. I see. Oh, yes, very good. Sujit. Yes, he also wants to be ready. Well done. I'm hopeful that you are enthusiastic to be job ready for the future strategies. Yes, you cannot do it in the one day. You have to prepare yourself, because all of a sudden you never know what are the changes which are going to be faced by the world today. For example, nobody before the COVID was so much prepared for the COVID, because it was all of a sudden, and there can be so many pandemics. There can be so many pandemics, and we have to prepare for the uncertainties. So with the COVID, we have learned so many things. Earlier, we used to say that a man is a social animal, but now, do we socialize ourselves? Rather, we try to remain aloof. Our doctors, our professionals, medical professionals, they tell us to remain aloof. They tell all the old senior citizens to remain aloof so that you are not exposed to corona. Right? We have learned to work from home. Earlier, nobody used to take these online courses, but now all the schools, all the colleges, all of these things, the courses, they want to sell their courses online, and the online industries has boomerang like anything. Many schools, many colleges, earlier it was, we used to think that the school education industry, one of the paying industries. Once you open up a school, your generation can enjoy, because there is a sort of, there are sort of permanent students. But COVID, as per my reports, there are approximately 25,000 schools are for sale, because they are not generating suit, and they are not generating funds to even to survive, even to pay salaries to the. So what will happen? So today is the right time that you should think, are you prepared? Are you be ready for the job status? Think of the situation after 5 years, 10 years. Simple COVID situation, because of 5 months, everything has changed. But now, today, just audit your skill sets. Are you prepared for the job ready situation? It is a time of digital everywhere, electronics, new inventions, new things, and so is your personal skills. So as I presume, after 10 years, 15 years, have you set your goals? That what skills set you should possess after 5 years, 10 years? If you cannot be job ready for, cannot update your skill sets, you cannot remain relevant to the future jobs. Because of technical advance, there can be so many changes. There can be so changes in the, and ultimately, believe me, in India, we have so many graduates. We have so many engineering graduates that even in the industry, I find that many engineers, they are underemployed. Any engineers, they're getting 4,000, 5,000. Reason? Because they have not updated. And as per the HR surveys conducted by the international agencies, they say that Indian graduates, they are technically skilled, but they do not know informal sectors. For the academics, yes, our intelligence quotient, our decision making, our cognitive capacity, our self-estimation can make us good in overall academics. But as per Pareto's law, it gives only 20% of the super success, because we Indian do not pay anything or depends on anything for the informal factors. Right? So what we do, what follies we do, and Indian schools and colleges, what they do, they spend a lot of time only on the academics, no informal curricultures like your communication skills, you're naturalistic, your other things. So ultimately, the responsibilities of grooming yourself remains on you. So as far as I feel, in the coming 5 to 10 days, what are going to be the technical skills by virtue of which you will job ready? First thing is technical. Choose your field. It may be anything. It may be engineering, it may be medical, it may be accounts. You have to be kept technical ready. Technical skills relates to the field in which you are. You have to keep ready yourself. You have to be prepared, and you have to remain updated, and you have to create a sort of your growth network from where you can grow, right? Second skill set, which I personally feel that you should remain, that is a creativity. In the next 10 years, 10 years, if you are creativity is to do a particular thing in a different way. Like you have seen an advertisement, it is different. Simple, because of simplicity, there was nothing difference in that pen, but simple because of this motto that this pen is different, their sales was unprecedented. So similarly, if you have to grow and you have to stay relevant in the future field, you have to inculcate a sense of a habit of creativity in self. That means what others are doing, you are doing it in a different way, so that you can impress your employer, yourself, and you remain confident with yourself. Understand? Any questions so far? If you have any questions, So far, type in chat box so that I can entertain your questions simultaneously. The third skill set, which I personally is going to be immensely important, is your cognitive flexibility. Flexibility means all in the team, all in the environment, all in the job area, you have to be flexible. The coming time is not going to be static. It will change so fast that only the adamant people, they will not be able to survive, because ultimately, even in India or in the international job market, it is going to be survival of the fittest, the Darwin's third law. If you're fit, if you're updated, if you're flexible, if you're ready to change, only then and then you will remain relevant in the job market, because ultimately it is going to be gig economy, and in the gig economy you have to change your multiple roles 5 or 6 times. You cannot survive like that you join at the age of 18 in a department and then come up and retire in the same age around 60 years of old. No, you have to change your role set, your responsibilities, your attitude differently at the different roles of time. Thirdly, which I think is most important, is the emotional intelligence. Yes, you may be intelligence. I think most of you must be knowing the difference between intelligence quotient and the emotional intelligence. I think in the coming time, only those people will be able to survive in the market, those who have the intelligence, high emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence refers how you can understand your emotions and the emotions of other persons who can disturb you, because you have ultimately whatever machines artificial intelligence was going, but for the decision making, it is your only those person, human mind, human value has to be there. So I think you start looking at your emotional intelligence right now and stay up. Then I personally feel the next in order is going to be decision making. There may be a lot of data, there may be a lot of computers, there may be robots, there were anything, but to compile them and to take a decision, so you have to take, ultimately those decision making has to be taken by the human being. So ultimately only decision making, only the confident persons who has taken a lot of case studies, only those persons with a strong personality, those persons who can take very business oriented, risk oriented decision, only those survive. So see your decision making level. Are you ready to improve your decision making abilities? Next in order, which I personally feel that the skill set you should have, you should be a perfect leader. There are different type of leadership. I'm not going to do details because most of the people, you know what is leadership, but I think only those leaders who can lead by presidents, only those people, only those leaders who are high in emotional intelligence, only those leaders who have positive attitude, only those leaders who can give direction to their team plates, all those persons who can rejuvenate, reform, and take the reading, can read their team's interest, and they can set a new horizon and they can give a direction. Only those and those person can survive. And
Rajesh sir, yes, for the want of time, I request you if it's possible for you to wrap up in another 2-3 minutes.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, sir.
So ultimately, it is a psychological. Psychologically, you all understand, you have grown and you understand what is good for the. But today is the time that you make an audit of your skill sets to remain relevant to the situation, so that you can rise in your career and you stay fit for the day. And the best thing, you do your SWOT analysis, you analyze your strengths, your weaknesses, let your strengths be remain as such, and you try to improve your weaknesses, and so that at least in a year you can improve two strength level. And ultimately, if you cannot do it, I ultimately strongly suggest that nowadays psychometric test has come to your great help. Most of the people, when we analyze our skill set, either we underestimate ourselves or our estimate self. So the right course of action to judge your skill set is psychometrics. Through psychometrics, you can do it at your local city, online, offline, with the help of any career counseling or any counselor. Through that, you can know where you stand in respect of these skill sets, which are necessary to remain job ready for the future to come, and you can take the remedial actions. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request the MC to take it forward. If you find any questions in chat box.
Any questions so far?
Thank you, sir. I could see some appreciations in the chat box instead of questions. Thanks for that. Thanks to all the audience. And we would request you to put the messages as everyone instead of putting it to panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajan, for appreciating my session.
Yes.
And
yes.
Anyone who has questions, you can refer to my mobile number 98559927 or else you can be in touch with my website www.brainexcel.in. Welcome.
Right. Yes, Sushma, you can take it forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you so much, Rajesh, sir. Thank you. It was a really valuable session. Yes, so here we have e-certificate as a token of love. Kindly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, madam. Honored and humbled.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So yeah. So next session will be taken by MC Chaitra. So over to you, MC Chaitra.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, right?
Yes.
You're very much audible, Chaitra. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Now we have a next speaker. If I want to tell about him, he is a founder director of ISCTI Lab, chairman and managing director of InfoPace Management Private Limited, serial entrepreneur, angel investor, well-known international acclaimed strategic change management specialist, having contributed to industry for 25 years in space of innovation and transformation, and specialized in enterprise development strategies, entrepreneurship, design thinking, business incubation, and startup mentoring. He is a mentor and advisor to several mid-sized companies in India, Microsoft, Tasty Sky, Bharatik Telescopic, and Tata Motors. He had presented research papers at several international conferences and handled over 8,000 plus seminars, workshops, and trained over 130,000 professionals. He had promoted numerous startups and social micro enterprises besides MSME cluster from last 15 years. He also received many awards: the Business Leadership Award, MSME Business Tycoon Award, Principal Assessor at South India Mercedes-Benz, Best Facilitator Pan India TVS Motors. With a big round of applause, let's welcome Kishore Jagirdar sir on the stage. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are muted.
Unmute yourself.
So, good evening to all of you, and welcome to the session. And well, I have to be logging out at 6:35, so I need to focus on what I can share here, and I'll be very brief, and I'll be focused. So I'm sure with all the wonderful discussion that has happened with all the other session facilitators and the speakers, I'm sure you would have gained a lot of wisdom and knowledge in the previous sessions. So my topic is largely based on design thinking and how you can connect that to entrepreneurial success. So this is a very interesting topic and a very sensitive topic as well. Coming to the point, in the kind of market scenario that we are in today, post the COVID impact, every aspect of the social structure and the social sphere has been impacted and altered to a great extent, including education. So when you look at what is ahead, we have a great challenge. The challenge is about climate change. Then there is a big shift in how the business environment has shifted with various new business models coming in. Old business ideas have no relevance in the post corona era, and people are looking at how we can deal with the mistakes that we have committed in the last 30-40 years of mass production and over exploitation of the resources all around in the planet. So since all of you are in the cusp of completing your education and then going into the next level where you are looking at converting yourself into career, I think gone are the days where people were following things on a mass mentality. That is because my senior or my neighbor or because of someone in the family told me that this is the best thing to do, the best way to go forward, I would pick that up. But today, in the current scenario, what we are requiring is to look at what I have within me, what is my liking, what is my talent, and what is it that gives me joy of how I want to shape the rest of my life. Because today, we have an opportunity which was never given before in this country, where to begin some kind of an idea of entrepreneurship, people had to struggle to go to the banks to get funding and search for the right guide, the mentors. But today, in the environment where the slowdown in the market and gradual shift which has happened in the last 24 months, you will witness that there's abundance of opportunity that you can create as a career. There is now a different set of behavior that is coming out, that people are in more than 2 to 3 careers in one single go. That means people earlier were saying, okay, I'll seek up a job and I'll choose a career, and they used to work whole day into that, and rarely they used to have time for anything else. But today the scenario has changed, where people are talking about doing multiple things. Sometimes I find people are radio jockeying in the evening, and in the morning they are doing some design work and they are contributing. Then in the afternoon they may also be doing some work in terms of, say, content writing. So therefore, people with talent have abundance of opportunity in the current scenario. Now, what is it and how is it connected to design thinking? You may be thinking, well, design thinking is about going beyond what is within the visible parameters of logics and seeing beyond and looking into what is not being expressed by people and identify solutions for the problems which have not yet become big problems. So, what do you mean here? I'll give one example. Every day, people were walking in the park and jogging in the park, and what they found was while they were doing that, they were checking out in their phone if the number of calories they have lost, how many kilometers they have walked. All this reading they were able to see in the mobile phone. Now, holding the mobile phone and walking is definitely not very comfortable. There are times when the mobile used to fall down and it used to break and it used to get destroyed, damaged. So therefore, someone there looked at this and went and asked them, what are the various things that you find as discomfort when you're in this activity? So many people gave the feedback saying that, wish they had some solution where they could have the mobile also safely, comfortably packed with them, so that it does not affect their activity and routine. Besides, the utility of the mobile is also made simultaneously either to listen to the music and jog, or to measure the calorie burnout, all these stuff. So therefore, some students like you came out with an idea of talking to several people, and they came out with a design. And what is this design? They designed a pouch which is tied to the arm here with a belt, and then the mobile is fixed into that. So isn't that a wonderful way to solve the problem, right? So my dear friends, similarly today, as you can see, the environment is filled with pollution. Then there are water crisis, there is air pollution, then there is food crisis where food are polluted. You find the water table content contaminated, for which the output is coming with pollutants in the food that we consume, and leading to various maladies like cancer and various other diseases. So what is happening here, that more and more of this impact has made us to sit back and think that at this point of time we have come to a tripping point where we need to start solving these problems, right? And for that, design thinking is an approach where you come with more and more designs which makes people excited, and it makes people feel very, very connected to their emotions, and not just solving a problem. It's not about complex problem with complex solution, which has been the way of life for the last 30-40 years, but to find simple solutions which makes people feel excited and feels and makes them feel that this is their story, right? And in that way, what you can do to solve the problem and make them feel a sort of feeling of goodness. Now this is something that you need to look at design thinking. So how do you make people feel comfortable and feel that this is their story, right? And with that, whatever idea you've come up and innovation you have come up with, how do you make the people own it and then drive it themselves? So therefore it spreads all over and makes the community feel good about it. So in the recent times, you have seen nobody even thought about sanitizers, nobody even thought about ventilators, but suddenly you found that during the COVID, people started innovating, people started coming with solutions, they looked beyond the logics, and they made sure that people were supported and the problem was solved. That trend will now continue, and that will continue when you are beginning to see the meaning in this, because the problem statements of all these things with the industry, with the environment and education, everything around needs to be looked into and discovered in a completely new way, how you can repackage it, make it relevant to the coming times, and see that it is not making people feel that they're not part of it, but they should all feel this is our story, right? So now in this, what is the opportunity when you look at a problem statement in a particular place or a geographical location, and you understand what is the problem statement, and when you try to solve that and address the gap, providing a solution where people feel they want to take it and they want to use it. And if you go a little bit further, they are willing to pay for it. When they say that they're also willing to pay for it, then you have learned to monetize that idea. It could be either your writing skills, through your writing skills or your critical thinking capability, or it could be playing some hobby which can be converted into solution, for someone, and they are willing to pay you for that, whatever. So how do you come with entrepreneurial ideas like this and then convert that into a startup, or convert that into a entity which will enable you to create a career for yourself and open up the door for abundance of learning, right? So design thinking is all about first getting the idea and then taking the idea to create a prototype of that idea, and then finally getting that idea validated by making the people use it, right? You must have come across the story, or you would have seen the movie called Three Idiots, and in that there is one very good example. uh, what uh, the professor is talking about is that it is about the pen being a symbol of excellence, and that pen is something that you can use to write in zero gravity. That means when you when when the astronauts went to the space, they were able to use this pen because in any condition it was able to write, right? And the people who spent and did research on that, they blew up about $1 billion to come up with that solution. $1 million US dollar was spent only to come with solution for that. And then they came up with this fantastic pen is what the person was sharing. And that is when Amir Khan as a student points out, why didn't they use a simple thing like a pencil to write, which can write in any condition, isn't it? So that is something what you called as design thinking, something that solves and makes things very simple, and then it enables people to overcome the problem. So the same way people have started looking at how they can solve the rainwater harvesting. By rainwater harvesting, they are able to solve drinking water problem, or they are able to solve check dams which are being created in a very innovative way that can solve the irrigation problem or the pollution that is happening. How do you come with that? How do you come with simple solution? So there are some students who have come recently. They came out with this solution of a $20 kit which creates water out of the moisture and is able to bring at least about 3 gallons of water, drinking water. Now, this is a fantastic solution for places where it's in the arid zone, where there is dryness and lack of water and scarcity of water. This solves the problem. And when they were doing a little bit of research in collaboration with a team in Israel, and who they thought was also working on a similar idea, they discovered that a community in Africa, in Kenya, and Tanzania were practicing as a tribal knowledge with no technology, with nothing around. They were able to create a simple method of a cloth lined balloon, and they made that structure about 70-80 feet into the air, and through that structure of that water moisture capturing and then converting that into actual drinkable water through the moisture in the air was at the cost of zero cost. Is that not fascinating? Is that not interesting? So how did they do it? Through design thinking approach. And how that design thinking approach happens, it is going beyond the logic. It is to think, what would people feel or what would people need through emotional. Most of the time people don't know what they want, they can't express what they want. So can I just listen to people? Can I just talk to a couple of people, understand where the problem is which is repeatedly coming up, and how do I address by, even before they make the point and say this is a problem, I would have solved it by a solution. So now using this method, you can create entrepreneurship in every space, every domain in today's environment, and create an opportunity of career for yourself. Now, why am I saying this, my dear friends? In 2020, we have seen 47 million youth surplus population coming out of this country. That means when I say surplus, there aren't that many jobs available to give employment to accommodate all of these 47 million surplus youth population. So therefore, when career in that space is shrinking, new careers have to be created, and those new careers are nothing but the way to go as an entrepreneur. You not only employ yourself, but you also create jobs for others through solving problem and using the technique of design thinking. So idea, then creating the prototype, and through the prototype you get this validated by making it adaptable, and you give it to the beneficiaries for whom you solve the problem, and they will keep constantly giving you feedback. So you go on improvising it, and finally you present it to the community, where community starts using it. And a step further, as I said, where they start feeling that they can make a payment towards it, you have suddenly become an entrepreneur. And then you become better and better in that, and you make a career of a lifetime out here. There's so many problems we have got around, if you see, and today's youth are having the capability to look at things in a very different way. A very simple example, they say an elephant, a very huge elephant, why is it not able to break the iron shackle and kick it and just say, with all its might, with one kick it can break it and just walk away? But you will see often with elephants in captive, they are just standing still, and they are held by a small thin chain, and this chain is not even so powerful, but yet the elephant stays in a captive mode. The reason, my dear friend, is that when it is a baby, the same chain is tied around its leg. At that point of time, the chain is bigger in size, for the elephant is smaller, and whenever the elephant tries to escape and tries to break free, the chain eats into the flesh of the leg of the elephant. Therefore, the elephant bleeds, gets hurt, it cries, and what happens as it starts growing bigger and bigger, the memory of that pain, the memory of that story, it tells itself that the chain is stronger than me, I cannot escape. And that story, it keeps telling, and it keeps growing bigger, though it is now a very powerful being, and the chain is just a nominal thing around, still it holds the chain more powerful. So therefore, what we need to understand here is the past has, just like this, a chain around us. The time has come when all you youngsters can break this chain of the past, of all the mistakes, and not repeat the same cycle again and again, where you blindly jump into career mapping, blindly jump into things just because all others are doing. But you do only because you love it, because you feel passionate about it, and you, with your talent, you are trying to solve a problem which will help in addressing the gap in the society. So with this, I would like to stop here, and I would like to just share with you that the time has come now when the whole world is looking at India to see how the problem can be solved of the problems in the world, because we are the youngest population in the whole planet. This has never happened in human history, that from one particular location, one particular geographical area, one particular nation, such a big, huge population of youth coming out. Look at the possibility. The whole world is at your feet, right? So therefore, my dear friends, I wish you all the best. While the world looks at you, you need to see what stories you can create for your life, and with your life, what stories you can create for this country, when this will be talked about for the coming years. They will talk about you, what you did, what you stood for, and how you solved the problem, how you became an entrepreneur, and how the success of entrepreneurship all depends upon how you look at problems with a creative angle and see beyond the logic, right? Using design thinking technique, which is very, very naturally coming out. It's already there in you. It's in the way we are brought up. It's just that we need to sit calmly and think differently, right? So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share this with you. And also thank you for all of you paying such attention and listening to it. So if you have any question, I'm willing to answer that before we wrap up this session.
All right, Chaitra, you can help him with if you find any questions in the chat box.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your valuable session. Really, it was amazing and we have learned a lot. If any questions, yes, type down in the chat box, guys.
Yes, attendees, you can post your questions and also your feedback as well over there. How much you enjoyed the session, how much it was informative. You can also leave your feedback in the chat box.
Yes, sir. Can I continue? There is no questions.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yes. As a code of honor, we have a e-certificate for you, sir. Yes, this is for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable time. Now I would like to hand over it to MC Charu, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, MC Chitra. Now I would like to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Suryan Venkat, an inquisitive speaker who's ready to learn at any time. He's a positive psychology coach who has changed many people's aspect to take the right path in their lives. He's also a basic graphologist, an astrologist in tarot reading, and a Patanjali yoga teacher. He is an MBA graduate in event managing and has a PG diploma in psychology and counseling. He is also pursuing MSc psychology from Jain University and doing his 3G advanced career guidance program at 3G IRPS. Being as an event manager from his early age of 20, he has done traditional functions varying from A to anything. As of his passion, he have done 6 short films and 3 commercial movies in local language. As of to serve people, he has been volunteering in 3 NGOs. Today, he is here to enlighten us on the topic Law of Happiness. We are very much happy to welcome you, sir.
Yes, sir. You can unmute yourself and you can start, Venkat, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good evening, everybody. Vanakkam. A very wonderful introduction, Charu.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. My screen is visual, no?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So we are going to talk about the law of happiness, the change maker. Happiness depends upon ourselves. Just a minute. Huh? Yeah. So we are going to see how the love of happiness is going to change our daily lives. What are the definitions of the happiness? Happiness and social connection, the states of the happy people, feel the happiness, happiness and kindness, happiness and successful, the happiness experiment. So here we have the definition of the happiness. In the different ways we have. Some of them are very old, some of them are very rich, some of them are in the condition which they can't speak. In animals also we can find the happiness. But happiness don't have the status. Everywhere we can find the happiness. Every time we find in a different way. Whenever we are at the out of the station, out of the home or anywhere, we find our home to go early. Because of what? Because of this happiness which we wanted. The word unexpected which happens to us without the knowingly from the inner heart. Usually our Nandini madam will be tells always. That is wow. The wow word which comes from the inner heart. The attraction, the love. Before I want to say about the happiness, I want to tell about the law of attraction, law of the love. Law of the attraction, what it says that whenever you are attracted for anything, you feel to achieve it, you will start following it, that how can I get it? You will be keep on searching that how to get it and when I get it. How it is related to the happiness and how the law of love is also related. Here, the law of love is the unconditional love, which you always love for anything. Is there may be a person, vehicle, or brother, sister. You will be searching of that. How to spread my love to that. If you love to the vehicle, daily you will be polishing. At the same time, you have the brothers or sister. You start doing something or other. How the love I can spread it. When the law of the attraction is with you, you will be more successful than more. When you love it, you will always achieve it. Whatever the troubles and hurdles comes, but you will across it by loving it. With the law of happiness, then only you will be happy and more successful. Here we have the bunch of friends. 6 of the friends are there. In that friends, some of them they can't see. Some of them can't hear. Some of them can't talk. Even though some of them can't walk also. Then also we can see their happiness. They are gathering together each and every of the situation. Why? Because we all needed the happiness. Happiness, the only thing the God has given us as a free. It has not been calculated in any other ways. Happiness is determined by the success in life. The most simple things can bring the most happiness. In other side, you can see the guy is laughing that his friends are enjoying, but he is not sad. He is very enjoying that his friends are enjoying with that. At the same way, we can see in the other poster that many of the elder people, they are watching a movie. All are similar age only. They are spending the time and giving the happiness and also taking it away. What is the law of happiness? When you give, automatically comes to you. It can be in any shape. Like it can be any knowledge, or it can be any of donate. Anything you can give, you will get it automatically back to you. Some of them go to the school, teach the poor children and get the happiness. Some of them donate them. Some of them do in the different way we can do it and get the happiness. The happiness quote, this is written by me. Happiness cannot be bought. Happiness is God blessing, which everyone doesn't get. Happiness cannot be brought to us. It should come from the heart itself. Happiness is which You can give, cannot take back. Happiness is life. Happiness cannot afford pain. Happiness comes through different people. Happiness comes in the different meanings. You can make others happy with your whole heart. Always be happy with your friends, loved ones, family. You will be more happy. If you aren't happy, still make others happy. That will give you happiness. Happiness is not necessary to prove that you are not alone. Some of them get happy with only one friend of theirs. Friends make you happy with their memories. Some of them get happy with their loved ones are around. Some of them get happy when their family is around. If you are happy, then your heart works properly without any problem. Happiness makes your memories memorable. Happy moments cannot be forgotten throughout the life. If you want to be happy, first make others happy. If you are sad, get a smile on your face all the time to be happy. Don't hurt anyone. It gives you happiness. Love your life. First love yourself. That makes you more happy. Be happy all the times. God has gifted you to be happy. Here, the four friends are there. It's a small story. Love of the happiness. Whatever we have now, that is the best. We never get it again. It may be the present time. It may be your food. It may be your friends. These four friends are very good friends from the childhood. Once what happened, they have gone for a ride for a little distance only. They don't know how far they have gone, how far they have gone. It has ended by the evening. By the time they have searched the area and asked somebody, which area is this? So that man was telling that this is the other district. So they were afraid. At the same time, what happened? In that village, the rainstorm was very heavy because of the rainstorm. So many floods came and so many houses got spoiled. At the same time, these four guys helped so many people. So many lives they have helped. By the time at the evening night, they have called to their parents and told about this. So their parents told that if you are there for still 1 week also, we are happy. Do help them. We should help them. If you are free, please help them. After that, what happened? They have spent 4 or 5 days and then came back. Then what happened? These four friends, what they have done, all this news came to the media. It was a very memorable time. When they were reaching to the village, at that time they were telling, we want to come in the two-wheeler, Royal Enfield Bullet, or in the car. We should enjoy more. But the times gone away. They have grown up. They have stayed in a different area, different state, different country. But still, that day, that happiness, they couldn't get today also. They were telling that happiness we didn't feel today also. Whatever we have now is the best. We never get it again. For a successful in life, for a successful entrepreneur, for a successful career, law of happiness is needed. Once what happened, when the company CEO handed a project to a guy, that guy unable to do that project. The CEO came at the end of the project. So he told us, sir, I didn't start. So he has shouted, what to do? So he has shouted, see, by the next day morning, by tomorrow morning, the project is not there in my table. You are going to be fired. This guy was got tense. What to do, he don't know. He had a smile on his face. His boss saw him and went away. The next day, what he had done all those things which he can't do from the morning till night. He has done all this. Before coming the boss, he has hand over the project. The boss was very happy. He rewarded him. At the same way, in the business also, whenever something happens, we should not take any of the tense to us. Just pause yourself. So I have one question here. So one small active. I'm audible? Hello?
Sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. So I have one active for 30 seconds. Okay. So I want to ask one question. So everybody are ready?
Yes, sir. They'll be responding on the chat box. You can see the chat box.
No, I am unable to see. That's why.
You click the participants and then you can click the chat box. It will open. First, you can click participants. And then you can click chat. It will open then.
No.
Or otherwise, you can say the activity, sir. So we will be monitoring the chat and we'll help you.
The activity is a simple thing. 30 seconds, you all are going to pass. And then I am going to ask one question. That question is very easy for this day. Okay. So, shall we start the time? Ma'am, can you help me for the time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, the time starts now. 30 seconds.
Do you have a fan or something turned on in your side? We could hear some background noise. Is that from fan?
Just a minute, sir. That laptop fan is there. Just a minute, sir.
Yes, maybe you can turn it off.
Now it's okay, sir?
I think we get some sound, but we'll try. Yeah, it's fine now. It's okay. It's fine now.
Yeah. So I think so. The time
Yes,
is
sir. The time's up.
So everybody are ready for giving the answer. Yeah, correct. Is there any reply in the chat box? I am unable to see my. Yeah.
So what you can do, you can stop your screen, sir. Then maybe you can see the chat box. No problem. You continue. I'll stop your screen. Not a problem. I can do that.
Okay.
So may I know what is the question, sir?
That only that puzzle. Question I am going to ask now only. Wait.
You can see the chat box now.
No, sir. Okay. Okay. So everybody is ready. Ma'am, please, can you help me? Because I unable to open. I don't know why.
No problem, sir. I'll help you. You can just ask the question. People will be answering.
The question is, how is today? Today, how do you feel? Or how do you feel about tomorrow? The third question is, when is the good day?
Okay, so there are 3 questions. How is today? How do you feel today? And how about tomorrow? Right?
Yeah, correct. So, great. So, motivated.
And which day is, okay, that is third question. Yeah. Which day is good for you? Or do you feel better?
Which day is good for you?
Okay.
Okay. So before I told that I have one question, so many of them have thought that what the question should be there. Correct? Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct with everybody?
Yes, sir. So they are answering it. So
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3. The question answers are coming up.
So
Okay.
what was going in your mind that what is going to ask about the happiness, or what is the thing, or what is going to ask? Something is still running on the mind, no? Am I correct? Okay. No, there is no reply, I think so.
So we have the answers. Well managed day, hoping for some work this minute. And Hemlata, that was from Asma. Hemlata said, today's nice, tomorrow is my dress.
Very good, very good, very good. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. So there was nothing, one question, nothing I want to ask about you all, because I want to test how the brain works. With all of us, the brain works like that, 70 to 120 meters per second, 270 miles per hour. The brain's storage capacity is 5 times more than a Wikipedia. Why I'm telling this means, if whenever the hurdle comes or anything happens in our life, you just give a pause for 30 seconds or 1 minute or 2 minutes. Till then, you get a conclusion to do the next step. You will be happily doing the next step. You don't know what happened to you. And the right step you will be getting. This is the activity. Okay. So be happy all the times. Failure is not a failure. It's a lesson for which you have learned since then. Our beautiful life is gifted by God. It should be achieve something which could surprise ourselves. Living in this earth, we are lucky, but giving to this earth is our duty. Our parents are waiting for our achievement, and dreams comes true with our happiness. Let our mom see the smile daily in our face, which she give her good sound health. So in this pandemic also, we have heard so many things about that. When is going to happen? When is going to reopen the school? When we are going to office? There is only one answer will be there yet to decide, or don't know when the government is going to allow. But we all don't know what to do. And we are in that same stage. We don't know that what to do. All the times we are sitting and thinking about the next period, next time. What is the next? So in that way, for me also, it has happened. So I was in the many groups of the psychology groups and the psychology groups webinar. So I have attended 50 to 55 webinars. 40 to 43 certificates are there. Most of the certificates I can't display here because it may not look nice. So some of the webinars had taught us many knowledge, many things. In this pandemic only, I have done the course that graphologies, life skills, Reiki healing, tarot reading, astrology, criminology, positive psychology coach, Patanjali yoga teacher, mandala therapeutic art, and now I am doing the 3G career guidance. So why I am telling all this? In this pandemic also, I got the benefit. I am ready for learn new things. What to do? When to do? There is the question will be there with us. So whenever you are in that stage, pause yourself, that you will get the best answer. So one more thing I want to tell you guys, that whatever you have, you really don't know what the skills, what the activity you have. You go and search yourself. Definitely you will get this pandemic. My business all dropped off. I didn't know what to do. So I got a decision that I should take a next step for my business or career. So in that reason only, one by one, this all thing I have done. Now I am doing the 3G career guidance from 3G IRPS. Here I am very happy to learn many things. Here we are not going to learn about the course. I have learned so many knowledge, so many skills. Really, 1 month back, I don't have know about the social marketing or many knowledge of many things. But I'm very thankful to Shahid sir, Dr. Maharaja sir. I have learned so many things from Tamilishan sir and Nandini madam. We are very happy to say that God has dropped in the right place. In this time also, we have got the right place. I am very happy for that. With this, my session is end. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And over to the MC.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing these wonderful messages. I think I can save the life mantras itself. So thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
As a token of love, we would like to present your e-certificate, sir. Please accept it. I wish the technical team to post it up.
Oh, it's a wonderful certificate. Thank you, 3G my life. Thank you, 3G family. I am very thankful to all. Thank you, Maharaja, Dr. Maharaja sir. He only forced me to do the webinar. And one more thing I want to tell, that this is my first webinar. So I'm very thankful to him. Thank you, sir. I don't know if he's there or not. Thank you, Tamilishan sir. Thank you, Nandini madam.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We will convey the same to all of them, and all are here. Thank you very much. And MC, over to you.
Sir, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
So, now I like to hand over to the MC Tamil, sir.
Thank you so much, MC Charu, and thank you so much, Venkat sir.
Thank
Yes,
you,
as Venkat sir said, this is his first stage, especially regard to 3G's conference. So this is a part of the curriculum, I can say, like he's a part of the career coaching program, the advanced program. So in that, they need to do at least one of the sessions. That's how Mr. Venkat is over here. Thank you so much, Venkat sir, to
thank you.
take the initiative in presenting to the lovely audience. And thank you all the audience for responding to his questions. Yes, of course, it may look little philosophical, or sometimes, as he said, initially when he said you didn't understand that, but slowly you will start. It takes some time for you to understand what he said, and he really managed well, and that was a supportive participant, I would say. Thank you so much for that. Before we end this day, I would like to just give a glimpse of what's going to happen for the next 2 days. Tomorrow and day after, that is being Saturday and Sunday, we are going to have an extended session. We are going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, and it goes till evening 6 or 6:30. Based on number of speakers and based on the audience energy level as well. And also again on Sunday, we are going to start at 9:30 in the morning, and it goes till 6 or 6:30. So that's how we are going to close. More than saying close, I don't want to talk about that. Rather, I can say that's going to be the actual conference. We started last week, but tomorrow and day after, these days are going to be huge days for us. So I would request all the participants, whether you are watching in Zoom or whether you are watching in YouTube, I will request you to just pass on the information to your friends as well, so that they can also take part tomorrow and day after. So the procedure to take part, you need to go to the website 3gmelife.com and you need to do the registration. Once you can ask your friends to do that, they can go to the website 3gmelife.com and they need to click Tamil Nadu, and then they need to click register now. You'll have a lot of options over there. You need to click register now, and then it will ask for it will show a form. You need to fill in the details. There'll be an option called as the referral code, where you can put our national leader Dr. Maharaja's code, which is 002, and then you have to submit. Once you submit, you'll get an OTP to an email address, not your mobile. So you need to check your mail, and once you click the link, that's it. Your registration is complete. Also, you'll end in the last page where it will be showing a green box. It will ask you to add to your WhatsApp group. Please get added to the WhatsApp group, because all the further communications would be communicated to you through this WhatsApp group, not only during the conference, even after the conference, whatever the big steps 3G is taking, whether it's about the course or whether it's about any other plans or programs that's coming on, that's going to be shared through the WhatsApp. So I request you to get added over there. And this is a World Book of Records event where you're getting 3 different certificates, which have been reiterating several times, and that also been posted in the chat box. Before we close for the day, I would like to give one more announcement, like what I gave yesterday. And a lot of you are asking it for again, like you'd like to know more information about that, which is nothing but 3G International Event Academy. So a lot of you have been interested to join our team like an MC, like what we are doing. We are called as the MCs, and nothing but Master of Ceremonies, the one who hosts the show, the one who takes the show in a smooth way. And also you can also join as a back-end team, or if you like to get trained yourself as an MC or an event manager, or we are creating a platform which is going to be launched very soon. Tomorrow, myself and Nandini, we both would be explaining in detail about what are the plans for the 3G International Event Academy. But let me show you a brief plan right now, like what I showed yesterday, and I've added some more slides with that today. So if you're able to see my screen, you can type a message in the chat box saying, yes, I can see, or yes, whatever you like to convey in a positive way. So let me see the message. Yes, thank you so much. All right, with that, I'd like to start this session. Maximum 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to just touch upon what is this 3G International Event Academy is all about, and what is it you're going to get out of it, because it's always important. I always say like a feature and benefit. There are two things. One is feature. Feature means what is it I'm offering or what is it I'm giving you. But when I say benefit, what is it you are going to get out of it? So that is very, very important. For example, this conference, yes, the feature I can say it's absolutely free. It's going to be like a lot of knowledge sharing. But when I talk about the benefit, what is it you are going to get and how you are going to apply, and what are the results you are going to get out of it? On result of attending the conference, what is it you are going to get? That's what we call as a benefit. Same way, I'm going to explain you what are the features and benefits about this 3G International Event Academy. Basically, you are going to be in the spotlight. If you are going to become an MC, being a part of the 3G International Event Academy, you will be getting a lot of chance to host the conferences, like what you can see in the screen, like what are the MCs you have been seeing for the last 7 days. So these are the pictures of the MCs who are with us for the last one was for the All India Conference. The middle one was for the Delhi Conference, and the first one was for the Kerala Conference. Likewise, we get the opportunity to host the event. Not one conference, we are coming with hundreds or thousands of conferences, I can say. So you're going to get a lot of opportunities. So that's the first thing you are getting as a part of becoming the MC training program or the events training program. And then you will be trained on multiple aspects of something, not only on the conference, you'll be training on multiple skills as well. So this is my first slide just to show you how the MCs are getting branded or what MCs were doing actually. And this is how it's going to be launched. It's not yet launched, and we'll be launching it properly. And what you'll become on attending this course, you will become a virtual MC. When I say virtual MC, the one who hosts an event just being at home, like what we are doing. We are not stepping out of the house. Even in this lockdown period, we have been doing events like sitting in the home in front of laptop or mobile with a plain backdrop or a virtual background and a laptop or mobile. That's it. That is our infrastructure needed. You can become an MC as long as you are confident in communicating and you want to handle people or you want to interact with people. Definitely you can become an MC. All you need is a proper training. So you become a virtual MC. You can host events like conference. You can host even family events like birthday parties. You can host wedding events being at home. You can host conclave or panel discussion, quiz show, whatever it is, anything related to online. If you like to host it, you want to engage the audience, or if you like to host it in a formal, professional way, you learn and you become a virtual MC. And when I say event MC, I mean the stage MC. Like after the lockdown, definitely the market is going to be open. Even already few events have started coming in. So you also get trained to host the physical events as well. Like after getting training over here, once the lockdown is released, you can go and host the physical conference, the conclave, panel discussion, birthdays, or whatsoever the event. You'll be able to do that. And also you get trained as an event organizer. Like for this conference, we have been working for the last 2-3 months. The team or the team members, whoever have been associated with us, they have been learning the end-to-end process. So how to start the conference, how to plan it, how to invite the audience, how to do the marketing, and how to prepare an agenda, how to execute it. And even after the event, how to create the manuals, like what are the things happen in the event, what are the post-event procedure. All those things you are going to learn, and you get trained as an event organizer, not in just one event, but you get an opportunity, and you get an opportunity to associate with us for all other events. Whatever the conference we are going to organize, you are going to be with us. So these are the major benefits. Like this is how you are going to become if you join this course. You become a virtual MC, or an event MC, or an event organizer. And when I say MC, mainly we are focusing more on the MC training. Like since you people have been watching us live, these are the basic things we are going to touch on the MC training modules, like how to coordinate the event, like how I explained in the previous slide. And you'll be learning a lot of technical tasks, how to operate the Zoom or any of the video conferencing software, because that's much needed today. More than physical events, if you come to the online events, you should understand the technicalities. So you need to get trained on that. And also we help you create the content, how to create the content, how to create the script. And of course, on the emceeing skills, all the soft skills, what are the things, those are needed for the MC. So these are the basic models. Initially, we are revealing, we are going to have a lot more modules as well. And please don't miss the session tomorrow. And myself and Nandini will be handling the session tomorrow. This is the timing at 5 p.m. So tomorrow by 5 to 5:30 p.m. we'll be talking about online events. We'll be talking about virtual emceeing, what virtual emceeing about. And also we'll talk about what event management is all about, and what is the physical events, and how the virtual events are happening, and what's going to be the future of the event industry as well. And with due respect to our mentor, Dr. Maharaja, who is also the national leader and Mission 3G advisor, any questions related to this conference, related to this 3G International Event Academy, any sort of questions related to that, you can very well ping him. I can take his mobile number, 984-111-8294. So you can leave a message to him in WhatsApp, and he will be able to get back to you. With that, I would like to close this presentation, and we are open for questions for next couple of minutes. If you like to share your feedback, you can go ahead and share the feedback in the chat box.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
Sir, somebody is, I think so, some questions are there.
Yes, yes.
How you react to the situation that I have given that I have given, how create the situation you want to create means how, if the situation is bad, I told you, throw a smile on your face and break a joke. Or otherwise, now our Tamil sir always tell us that Dr. Maharaja has telling to do a small video and put in the YouTube. Whenever you get the time, you see that video, you will be get happy that at that time I have spent a time that I don't know. How was the day? A smile definitely comes. Otherwise, you click a photo. If nowadays what happens, the technology is very gone, very in that stage. You can easily find out the photo from 2000 or 2013, 15. All the photos will be stored in the Google. So there is no need to worry about how to create the situation very happy or how to react in that situation. Still, many more are there. If you are allowed to listen or allowed to know about how the situation we want to create or react, please contact me. My contacts are there in this list. I will help you in any of the time or any of the trouble you are getting into. I am ready to help you. Thank you. Any other question is there, sir? No.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. All right, there was feedback from Divya. In fact, that was we are very, very happy to see that feedback. Like, can literally see the MCs growing in their confidence level as each day go by. Thank you so much, Divya. That's a wonderful feedback. Divya, I'd like to unmute you. Do you like to speak over the voice? Let me give you that opportunity. If you're okay, we can give you the opportunity to speak. Let me try that. If you want to speak, you can share that. With that, we'll close for the day. Yes, I've given you the access. If you like to speak, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hello.
Yes, Divya.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Actually, I've been attending this conference from the very beginning, and I really would like to thank each one of you. Like every speaker, I had put in so much effort to do their presentation. Like it could reach each one of us. Okay, I am not in the younger generation. Actually, I am I am a teacher, and but I could feel that it is reaching the students or the younger generation very well, and even I could learn many things which I can use it in my since I'm a teacher, of course I can use it to guide my students all through these days. Very good. And especially I would like to thank all the MCs, those little girls and boys. Really, they are growing each and every day. That is such a wonderful thing to see, sir. I really appreciate it. And the diversity of topics, that is one great thing, sir. I really appreciate it. And the like you have brought in people from different walks of life, and many things we didn't know all through this time. Like just I'm just taking about the media visual communication today. What was it? Hema, right? She was talking like she could say so many things. When we see her, maybe she's just a host or a presenter like in TV, but like she could say so many things. Her knowledge was so vast. That is so great to know. Like people are very well. I mean, like they are so knowledgeable, and they research their field so much. That is a really good thing, and that will really help all those who are attending this session right now. Those who are especially the college students, maybe 21 to 25 years, they should know like whatever career option you are going for, you should be. I mean, like you should go deep into it. That is one thing. I really thank you, sir. Thank you, every one of you. Andhani ma'am, Tamilasan sir, Maharaja sir, all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are very happy to receive such a lovely feedback from you. All right, audience, thank you so much for staying back. In fact, usually we stop the weekday session by 6 o'clock, but we continue till 7 today, and you have been giving great support. Thank you so much for that. As I said before, sometime before, tomorrow's session starts at 9:30. So please log in by 9:15 so that you can watch the videos, and we'll start this session sharp at 9:30. And yes, it's going to be a long day. We'll go till 6 or 6:15 in the evening. So you can keep yourself prepared, and of course, we'll have enough breaks also. Like you'll definitely will have the lunch break. But not to worry, since being weekend, you can just bring in your plates, and you can once again just keep continuing with the session. Thank you so much, and I would like to thank all the speakers for the day, and all the MCs, and also all the backend team. And definitely a lot of audience have been asking us about the backend team who has been working tirelessly behind the screen. Definitely would like to honor all of them. So please don't miss the valedictory session that happens on Sunday evening. We will introduce all the members who have been working behind this event. So definitely you'll be able to see all those people who have been working behind this conference. Thank you so much once again. MC Thamarasan signing off along with MC Nandini Arvindan and the entire team for 3G. So let's have the one round of video. Thank you all.